His Excellency, Mr. Pembangunan, the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia, the United Kingdom and Republic of Ireland.
Welcome to Mr. Nurul Ikhwan, Director of Indonesia Investment Promotion Center, IIPC London.
We're also happy to welcome Mr. Nigel Chappell, the Principal of King's College, University of Oxford. We're also welcoming Mr. Farid Subhan, the CEO of CT Asia, who will be joining us later by video conference to give his keynote speech.
Welcome to Dr. Kim Holtz, OBE, Project Director and Founder of Operation Policy, and Professor Martin Spade, is the Associate Professor of Agriculture and Forest Entomology, Department of Geology, University of Oxford.
So my name is Marcella.
My name is Sandoko.
And we are your hosts for today's event. And we would like to extend our warmest welcome to all the participants of Oxford Indonesia from Travel.
And of course, we are very pleased to organize the very first Oxford Indonesia Forum in collaboration with the Indonesia Embassy in London and Indonesia London. I'm pretty sure that all of us are very excited to see the list of speakers we have lined up for today's event. But before that, Sheila, can you please tell us more about Oxford Indonesia Forum?
Sure, Sandoko. So Oxford Indonesia Forum basically aims to facilitate discussion and partnership between scholars, practitioners, and policymakers in Indonesia and the academic community at the University of Oxford. And in this first OXID, I would the team Smart Green Development of Indonesia in the hope of navigating through and finding solutions to the current challenges in creating sustainable development and green economy in Indonesia. So ultimately, we hope that OXID can act as a platform for knowledge exchanges between Indonesia and the University of Oxford towards the creation of a long-lasting network and further research and capacity building initiatives in the future.
Thank you very much, Sheila, for the very nice explanation of OXID. And to begin our program today, we would like to invite Mr. Samuel Leonardo Puka. He's the chairman of Oxford Indonesia Forum 2015 to give his welcoming remarks. So, good morning. Welcome to Oxford Indonesia Forum 2015. My name is Samuel Leonardo Puka, and I'm chairman of today's event. So, this morning I'm happy to welcome His Excellency Mr. Tutu Muhammad Hamzah as the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to United Kingdom and Republic of Ireland. I'm happy to welcome the Principal of Jesus College, Professor Sir Nigel Chappell. I'm also pleased to welcome our speakers, Mr. Nurul Ikhwan, also Professor Martin Spade, and Dr. Kim Holtz, and Ms. Mari Mulyani. Thank you for coming today. And I also want to welcome my fellow committees, volunteers, and participants. So we are very hosting this event for the very first time, which we plan to have every year. So this event is the first major event organized by Indonesian Students Association in Oxford, which brings together experts, scholars, and practitioners from Indonesia and University of Oxford. So we initiated this event with a very simple idea. We as students, Indonesian students in the UK, realized that connections to both Indonesian government and Indonesian people back at home, as well as to the university's department and professors in the UK. So we thought, why don't we bring two people that we care about to have discussions, to share ideas and knowledge in the hope of finding solutions to the current challenges that Indonesia is facing in its development practice. And that's what we're doing today. So this year's event is Smart Green Development of Indonesia. We all know that Indonesia is so blessed with its natural and human resources. And we also know that these two are the main backbones for Indonesia's development in the future. So we are aware of the importance of having such policies that are well developed, well thought, and implementable. So we hope that by having this event, we can help Indonesia to achieve that. So there are several objectives that we're trying to achieve by having this event. The first one is obviously to come up with suggestions which can later on be implemented in form of public policies, hopefully. And the second thing is to tighten the relationship between Indonesia and the University of Oxford. So this event wouldn't have been possible without help and support from many people. So I would like to thank the Embassy of Indonesia in the United Kingdom and Bank of Indonesia as our collaborative partner. We would also like to thank our sponsors, British Council and City Asia, as well as Net TV and International Indonesian Scholar Association as our media partners. I personally want to thank my co-founders for their hard work and endless support for making it event possible. So finally, I hope we all can make the most out of today's event, take as much positive as we can and learn as much as we can. And also not to forget to enjoy this beautiful day. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Samuel, for excellent welcoming remarks. Next up, we're welcoming Sir Nigel Shuttle, the principal of Jesus College, to give his opening speech.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, Your Excellency, and welcome, colleagues and friends and students here. I must say, I'm really impressed. I'm very new to Jesus College myself. I'm the 31st principal, and I started 6 weeks ago. So I have noticed too that the students everywhere, but especially here, have shown great kindness and initiative in explaining to me how this place works. Okay, so I can tell you that to see a student-led initiative like this, which is trying to connect government, researchers, the fabric of intellectual exchange, is a really impressive event. So congratulations to all of you for this. Just a few words on the history of the college, and I'll hand the floor on. Jesus College is a college that is quite old by Oxford standards. It was founded in 1571 by Queen Elizabeth I. Queen Elizabeth founded one college in her reign in England. It was this one. Okay. So we're very proud of that fact. Elizabeth I, sometimes referred to as the Great Queen, is a hugely impressive influence in her own intellectual attainments. When you read the histories and you understand that she was fluent in many languages, she understood the value and importance of education. And in fact, through the years, Oxford and this college have been blessed by a fundamental commitment to the importance of learning. And I think what binds countries together is recognition. Oxford is an extraordinary brand. It's a brand because of the quality of what has been achieved over centuries. And that is something we need to look to the future to retain and sustain and maintain. Which is why when we look at the global landscape, at the huge advances, at the extraordinary amounts of endeavour, economic activity, cultural, scientific engineering talent that is coming from a country like Indonesia, it's in both our countries' interest to work out how we might explore opportunities together and in a wider global context. My own particular research interest is open data, and I've worked with various members of Indonesia's government and the government to think about that in a global context. Hugely important. If we're going to understand how sustainability will work, we need fundamental basic data in that space that's freely available for everyone to make sense and interpret. This college has always believed in the breadth of what it does. So the fellowship and the students we teach cover a range of subjects, from humanities to arts to social sciences to engineering to science, technology and medicine. It's hugely important, we believe, that you maintain a balance in the subjects you teach. And that is something that we're committed to. And I think that one of the things that is really important is to try and keep the funding opportunities as broad as possible. So I will say no more. Welcome to this place. It's a lovely day. I hope you'll take an opportunity to look around the other parts if you get the opportunity in the day. This, of course, is a particular type of building in all Oxford colleges. It's the attempt by the 20th century architects to give us a legacy. Whether they succeed or not, you'll be the judge of it. Thank you very much.
Muhammad Hamzah, the ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia in the UK, Republic of Ireland.
Yes.
Please, give us opening speech.
Sure. Thank you so very much, Professor Nigel, distinguished speakers, panelists, participants, and most importantly, my fellow Indonesian students. A very good morning to everybody. It is always a special pleasure for me to be back here in Oxford. I wish to thank and congratulate the organizers, to all of you, for your initiative in organizing this Oxford Indonesia Forum 2015. I am particularly pleased that this event is convened here in Oxford at one of the world's premier centers of excellence. Thus, I am grateful for the support rendered by Professor Nigel and other colleagues from Oxford University for assisting and supporting this event. Now, smart green development, wherever it may be pursued, including in Indonesia, in general, is a very timely and strategic theme. It is challenging at the same time, both from an academic perspective and even more so from a policy standpoint. Throughout my career as a diplomat, I witnessed heated debates on this concept of green or sustainable development. Admittedly, this is not a concept that has yet to enjoy widespread agreement among economists and environmentalists or an international consensus. However, now we have a new global agenda for development, namely Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. This, of course, succeeds the Millennium Development Goals, which expires at the end of 2015. With long-term sustainability at its core, the 17 goals of the SDGs provide us with a cross-cutting global development plan that galvanizes political support and guides international efforts. What is new in our discourse on sustainable development and green development is the presence of real urgency. Today, we are facing multiple global environmental crises, such as climate change, loss of biodiversity, desertification, and ocean degradation. Thus, there is a renewed urgency to put environment sustainability at the core of our development strategy. There is a heightened urgency for renewed international cooperation. In short, an immediate urgency for us all, government, experts, business, activists, and people to collaborate more closely and smartly. Now, from the outset and through its many initiatives, Indonesia has been playing an active and positive role in this field. The world's fourth most populous country, the largest archipelago on Earth, and the planet's third largest tropical forest with incredibly rich biodiversity, Indonesia has huge responsibility and indeed space. The government of Indonesia under President Joko Widodo fully realizes that sustainable development is no longer an option. Instead, it has become a necessity. As such, the government has strong commitments to address environmental and social issues domestically. And recent examples include the total abolition of fossil fuel subsidies, improved education, and healthcare services. Furthermore, many visionary and energetic local leaders also bring their much-needed energy, policy innovations, and prowess. They are working hard to turn theirs into smart and green cities. This is indeed a promising trend, which I hope would proliferate across Indonesia. However, smart green development in Indonesia and elsewhere requires more than just a political will from the top. There is an exigency to change people's mindset, which can be most daunting, yet pivotal factor. Moreover, smart green development entails new, sometimes very expensive and not readily available technologies. It inevitably necessitates structural changes in our economy. It requires massive financing. Thus, good governance and unfailing enforcement are sine qua non. These are some of the challenges we must overcome. Yet, we have to meet these challenges amidst the increasingly demographic pressures and ever-rising demands for energy as Indonesia advances its industry. The order is very tall here, but I believe not insurmountable. Indonesia has a reservoir of wisdoms, a pool of resources and talents. We have bright and young Indonesians like you and many millions back home. Therefore, your support and contribution is vital, and I really hope that through your deliberations today, you all can come up with fresher and innovative ideas, including practical recommendations for the government. I look forward to a fruitful discussion and constructive discussion today. And on that note, can I proudly declare the Oxford Indonesia Forum 2015 officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Mr. Dr. Muhammad Hamzah for the very delightful speech. As a reminder that we have many challenges ahead of us to solve, and hope we'll be able to solve it from today. And now for our very first keynote speech of the day, we will have I would like to introduce Mr. Nur Ikhwan. He's the Director of Indonesia Investment Promotion Center, IITC London. 15 years of experience, correct me if I'm wrong, in the various fields of investment. I'm very sure that all of us will have something to learn from Mr. Nur Ikhwan. Mr. Nur Ikhwan, the stage is yours. Thank you very much. One more thing for the Q&A, you can also ask your questions via Twitter with the hashtag OXID2015. So OXID2015. Thank you very much.
His Excellency Mr. Teguh Muhammad Hamzah Tayyip, our Ambassador Extraordinary and also Plenipotentiary of Indonesia to the United Kingdom and then also Republic of Ireland, and Principal Sir Professor Sir Nigel Shenbo, distinguished speakers, and then also a Chairman of PPI. Here, because we have two chairmen, it means that the current is still running the organizations, and the new appointed one is Mr. Rahmat. So the previous one is Mr. Yudhistira, right? Yes. So this is very important forum because we have two chairmen of these organizations. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed quite honored for me to be here because first, this is the first time for me to come to Oxford, and this university is quite well known, and because of reputations, the history, the beautiful sceneries here, and then also the systems that you created in order to produce very extraordinary people, leaders of the world. And among others of these institutions, I'm very sure that there will be some leaders born from these organizations through the service and also the excellence provided by Oxford University. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is also the first time for me in UK, especially to discuss about something with the educational institutions, and all participants are mostly students, because mostly we just discuss with investors, with the government, with the associations, that they are not students. So I do apologize if, let's say, you will find something very weak in presentations in terms of academical references and those kind of things, because I am not on that word. So in this case, I just would like to share the experience about Indonesia, in this case, especially about investment coordinating board. Why? Because at the time we talk about investment, it means that the huge investment that we are looking for Indonesia, and we are covering most of investment coming to Indonesia, as well as those who are generated from Indonesia themselves. So it means that as government institutions, PKPM, is responsible for issuing the license for any foreign direct investment coming into Indonesia, but not for the sectors of upstream oil and gas, finance institutions, and then also the other one is about the sectors that is not in the services for investment, very specific, the 7 sectors there. So for BKPM, it means that we are in a very challenging situations in terms of increasing investment coming into Indonesia, and also screening about the investment coming into Indonesia that will not harm the environment as well as the human being in Indonesia. Why? Because the current situations of Indonesia, we are the country is not afloat in terms of technology, in terms of the capital as well, but we are the country that having a very abundant of natural resources, huge amount of people in a very nice weather and also a climate that we could possibly produce almost everything from Indonesia. But let's say if the wrong or the mismanagement of these factors, then we are not going to come to situations that we could maintain the sustainability of our investment in Indonesia, especially. So when we talk about this investment, if I may give the title of my presentations today is Green Investment for Green Development. So I am afraid to use SMART, because when we talk about SMART, it means that there should be a kind of justifications about that SMART of development through the green development in Indonesia. Yeah, but when we talk about green investment itself, it means that up until now, there is no universal definitions about what a green investment is. But at least when we just try to talk this based on the input, we just talked about management basically, input, process, and then also the output. So we could see that from these 3 points, we could know that when we talk about green investment, it means that when we talk about the output, it should be the output that will use the environmentally friendly methods, yeah, and then basically we just use those kind of things that will not harm the environment, and then also this will give also the benefit and quality of the products that will not also give a kind of pollution. So, and the second process, basically green investment is about reuse, recycle, resave, and then also using technology that is quite advanced that will not be harmed to not harming the environmental, and then also hiring the human capital that they are very well qualified in terms of the advancement of the technology that will be implemented in the investment itself. And in terms of the output, then we are talking about the productions that will be environmentally friendly. And this will be also help community, the people, even by using this product, will give an opportunity to protect and to prevent about the damage of the environment by this kind of things. All right, so when we talk about this, it means that by the growing time and the growing opportunities, it means that based on United Nations calculations, by 2025, the total populations of the world populations is around 8.1 billion by 2025, and by 2050 will be 9.6 billion, and most of them, they are going to be living in the countries that is currently acknowledged as developing countries. One among others is Indonesia. And by 2050, the population of Indonesia will be around 400 million. So that's a very, very huge growth of population. And by having this growth, there will be 2 sides of impact that will give immediately together to this kind of situations. One is about the opportunities created by the huge amount of populations, because they will have a lot of demand. All the commodities will be increased in terms of demand. And then the second one, because of this demand, there will be also a very serious things that will give a kind of challenge into the protections of the environment. while at the same time when we talk about the future sustainability of economy, that is a must for us, that the most protective environment will guarantee the sustainability of the economy. So because of this, then we have a kind of a gap or trade-off for this. As the student of economy, you have understand about this kind of thing, because economics is about a trade-off. Without any trade-off, there will not be any science of this economy as well. So because of this, then we have a very great challenge whether we are able to fulfill the demand that will be created with this huge amount of populations of the world. And if the questions will be, are we able to fulfill this? I think that one is the youngest participants in this event. And I do hope that he or she is going to be a professor in this university. Sorry. So this is the thing that we have to think whether we are able to answer these questions. And especially for the country like Indonesia, it is quite timely for us to discuss about this kind of thing, and especially for you are the young generations, bright Indonesia in the future. Then you have to know that the next generations, your generations taking part as a responsibility of the leaders of Indonesia, you have to think something different, not business as usual. Because something that we have already recognized about the weaknesses that we are having among others is about Indonesia is too strong with the natural resources. And Indonesia is having not that strong of qualified human resources. All right? And at the same time, I am a part of the government, as well as the ambassadors, and also Patino and the rest of the government officials here. We as a government, we have to admit that we haven't had any clear, any sharp, any design of educations that will answer about the challenges that we are facing currently for the bright future of Indonesia. Why we should mention about this kind of thing? If you just try to check, I don't know, maybe Fadino has this number. In Indonesia, when we talk about those who are master degree or doctoral degree background in Indonesia, mostly we are coming from social science. My background is economics. My undergraduate is economics. My master is marketing. So I have to appoint myself as well because of complaint. Well, I was once in the discussions with our Excellency Ambassador for Poland. Then we exchanged information. How could we answer about the current situations that you are facing, while the most masters and PhDs in Indonesia, their background of education are religion. We have a lot of religious study, religion study. We have a lot of master, the same from religious study. It doesn't mean that religion is not important for us, but knowing only religions, then you are very narrow-minded without any enrichment of other knowledge that will give you an opportunity for combinations to implement this into the real world. Because without these combinations, you just be a person that complain something based on value only. Well, value itself should be implemented into the reality. So because of this, then, one of, if I may complain to ourselves, the weaknesses of our education is we are not in a successful way, if it is not yet successful, in providing the very excellent human capital in Indonesia. There will be matched with the need of investment that will give a contributions in green investment, into green development that finally will be saving our planet. So because of this, then, at the time we have a kind of investment coming into Indonesia, we are just talking about how to conserve the environment with a very limited knowledge. So that's why then the regulations that we are in Indonesia, in order to protect about the environment based on the need of investment, it is, you know, keep based on the very short term. we don't have a very, very, very strategic policy that we could see, let's say, for the next 20 years. So this is very challenging for us for this. Because of this, then, it is indeed a strategy that we have to be taken in the future, that we have to send more bright students from Indonesia, not only in the social science, but also we need more engineers to be produced, not only in Indonesia, but also abroad. Because then we are going to be the country that is having a kind of bright future, that we are able, in order to produce something for green investment, then finally will be for the green of development of Indonesia. And when we talk about this kind of thing, I would like also to share about the opportunities created by the growing of populations and then also the growing of the economy of the world. Because of this, then, we know that in Indonesia, when we talk about this kind of opportunities by growing of the populations and also growing of economy of Indonesia, then we have also the growth of demand. Especially for this will give a kind of impact into the growing of energy, especially. Because energy is energy. Like a human being, without energy, we are not going to do anything. And when we talk about investment, when we talk about industry, we are also talking about energy. So failures in providing sufficient energy for Indonesia, this will be the potential failures for everything that will give a very disastrous impact into our economy. Yeah, because of this, then, the energy itself, when we talk about the huge demands in Indonesia, the most of power generated generations in Indonesia is from fossils, and then also the highest one is from coal. We know that coal is very unfriendly to the environment, but we are the country producing the top 6. It means that we are on the rank of 6 of the producers of coal. But in terms of exporting of this commodity, we are number 2. Why then? What is the explanations behind of this? It's simply just because when we have abundant opportunities and density of this coal, we export mostly to the world without having proper technology to convert it into the more friendly commodities that still give a kind of impact or contributions into the power generations. We don't have any technology for, let's say, coal to gas, coal to liquid, but we have a lot of things. And at the time, government would like to have something for the downstream industry of these commodities. Then you know that the resistance coming from many parties, not only from the importers from around the globe, like China, India, and then also Japan and Korea as the top 4 of destinations of the coal export of Indonesia, but also those who are having the business in Indonesia. They are all traders, right? So this is also something that is seriously challenged us about the future that we are going to do. Why? Because I did mention to you something that is unpleasant for us, the situations in Indonesia. On one side, we would like to have a lot of engineers to be in Indonesia, and at the same side, actually, because of the trading of all commodities that we are having in Indonesia, because if I would like also to invite you to rememorize about the commodities that we are having. We always have around 1 to 10 top producers of the commodities in Indonesia, right? From let's say coal, from agriculture, from cocoa. Even for cocoa itself, we are having a very specific characteristic of our cocoa, because the cocoa from Indonesia is the only cocoa in the world that could be used in order to harden the chocolate. There will not be any commodity in the world. So any chocolate produced in the world, they must use the product of Indonesia because of that very specification. And then also, we have gold, we have all the things. But at the same time, most of the business players in Indonesia, they just keep on doing export this commodity as it is. instead of doing a kind of processing industry, more downstream industry in Indonesia, they just willing of selling them as they are, because the risk is lower, and at the same time, they don't have any knowledge and technology to produce this into something more valuable. While when we talk about, let's say, a commodity, for example, gold, for example, or maybe just like cocoa, for example, when we sell only the cocoa bean and compared to, let's say, the cocoa powder, this could be more than 50 times different of value. If we could have it in Indonesia, then this will be a very good added value for the country. But the problem is, since we have the lack of the change of the technology and also industry in Indonesia, when we invite them to have their industry in Indonesia, because chocolate produced in, we have the plantations for cocoa in Indonesia, but mostly the industry of this chocolate, they are not in Indonesia. And the big markets of them are in European countries and also the United States. At the time we invite them to have their industry in Indonesia, they are willing to do that. Why? Because we know, they know as well, that we produce this cocoa, right? But the next questions, if let's say, all right, I'm going to invest in Indonesia, then I'm going to produce something, and the final product of my industry will be cocoa butter or something more advanced than it. Then their questions will be, so do you have market for us? This is something that we have to think a bit tough on it. Why? Because the market for this product is Indonesia. They have to come to Indonesia and do something, and they have the cocoa powder, and after that they have to send this back to Europe. They have to send this to America. Basically, this is the thing that is very wrong with our strategy of development of this kind of thing. It means that we don't discuss about, we don't plan about the value change of this kind of thing to be happening in Indonesia. And when we talk about energy then, so in energy itself, we have a kind of huge growth about the consumptions of energy in Indonesia. Because of this then, the government has already designed for 2015 to 2019, we are looking for the new supply of 35 gigawatt of electricity. This is opportunity. At the same time, this could be also something very dangerous to our environment if we are not implementing the technology that is developed into the environmental friendly technology. So because of this then, the government has decided that to increase the contributions of new and renewable energy into Indonesia that currently reach around 6% of the total contributions of power generation in Indonesia. That used to be 5, now is around 6%, and by 2019, we do hope we could have this kind of contributions about 23%. And by 2050, we do hope we could get these contributions around 60% or 60% of these contributions. So this is something that we have to think. How would we reach these contributions without any proper technology that we're having in Indonesia? Because of this then, the government currently having a kind of policy of giving a kind of incentives as well for those who are having interest of doing investment in Indonesia. But then again, because we don't have any advanced experience for this, we have also the policy that is keep changing depending on demand, and also that will comply with international investment requirement. One example of this is about the power generations using solar. So it means that it is quite ironic, a country like Indonesia, situated in equatorial line, then the contributions of solar generations of electricity in Indonesia is only less than 2%. All right. And this is also something that we have to try to think of strategically. Because based on, I read a news from energy newspapers issued by UK, the office is in London. They mentioned then that in the next couple of months, China will be taking over of the electrical generations using solar system. Using solar generations. Currently, Germany is still the highest. The next couple of months will be China. The questions then, and China also a country that imported the highest coal from Indonesia as well. The questions is, it means that when we think about China, because China is always having something by design and always in the long term. One of the very well example is also about their ambitious program of bringing the renminbi to be the hard currency of the world. And about this thing as well, we may think that in the future, when China thinking about having the highest power generations by solar, it is not only by the consumption as well. I just believe that China will be playing more significant role in the world in terms of not only economy, but also the politics. Why? Because that's quite possible that in the future, any power generations, any industry, any technology that will be harmful to the environment will be, in the level of being, if it is not complained, then we'll be having a kind of sanctions, because this will be having a serious impact into the future of human being. So because of this, then we cannot wait until the whole country in the world is implementing this kind of technology, then we come with a very late implementations of this. So because of this, then it is also very challenging for us. Why? Because we have the resources like, let's say, geothermal. Some resources mentions to us that Indonesia is the highest country having a deposit of geothermal, about 40% of the world's deposit of geothermal that we could use for the power generations for this. But the technology is not there yet as well. All right, so we have to think about this kind of thing. And because of this, then, we would like also to invite the investment coming into Indonesia by certain policy created by the government of Indonesia. In this case, then, we have already issued the new tax holiday policy that is also qualified for renewable energy of investment in Indonesia. So they are going to be granted 5 to 10 years, or the new one even very possible for the 20 years of this tax holiday. All right, but then also we have the policy of giving the zero importations for the raw materials, and then also for the machineries that will be used for the green investment in Indonesia. And we have also a kind of policy that will give you a kind of opportunity further deductions of the taxable, not the taxable, the corporate income tax. So if you are qualified, then you are going to be granted of deductions around 30% of your corporate income tax that will be spread it into 6 years, meaning that 5% per year for this. And because of this, then you are going to be having more value and profit of your business. And the second one is also carry forward losses. You still make a kind of accumulations about, usually when you are in business at the first years, the second years, and the third years, you will fail in booking your profit there. Then you book losses in your business. So you could carry this forward. Then this will be granted by reductions of your tax to cover the losses of your business there. And some other policy that we have introduced as well. And we also, on the other opportunities of investment, we have a kind of incentive for the business in the automotive, because Indonesia is not producing automotive by ourselves. We always have foreign direct investment, and most of the brands of cars in Indonesia are Japanese car, and then also this thing is quite challenging for German brand like VW or VW. And one thing that I just think a bit tough, you know, Germany is very detailed and they don't want to take any risk without any calculations. And something that I just heard from them, why they just keep waiting of getting to the market in Indonesia, it is just because they are afraid of not being able to compete with the Japan brand. But the very unique market of Indonesia for this automotive is when most of Indonesians, at the time we buy cars, we are not thinking only using this for us, but we always think of resale of these cars. It's a very hot market in Indonesia. And that's why the reason of the German is quite logic, because when they sell car and they produce their car in Indonesia, then Indonesians are just thinking that the European cars is not in a good price for the secondary market, so they will not buy the car. But basically, Indonesia is quite unique market that we have proof that other like Vespa, motorcycle, Piaggio is already existing, even though it is the scooters is the most expensive, but the market is growing as well. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like also to show you another studies provided by the government of Indonesia in order to invite investment coming to Indonesia. So, started from last year, it is not something quite sophisticated by the European countries, especially for United Kingdom, but for a country like Indonesia, finally we manage of putting all the licenses of investment into one-stop service, which is in BKPM. It used to be a very complicated, very, you know, the labyrinth is not very clear. At the time you would like to come and invest in Indonesia, then you have to come to, let's say, first to BKPM, then after that you have to go to the Ministry of Human Rights, and after that, if you are related with the trade, you have to do a license in Ministry of Trade, another technical ministries. Now we just put all of them, those 22 ministries and the police office, they have already delegated this licensing, most of the licenses, into one-stop service, which is in BKPM. So we have these officials working in BKPM under one-stop service, and we have also the license officers that will be available to be a kind of expert for your consultations of the investment in very specific sectors. So that is also some things that we are having in BKPM. And also, for this future of a possibility for BKPM to do with this kind of thing, so we are also working very closely with various of strategic partners in Indonesia. So we would like also to share this information not only directly to the investors, but we would like also to share this to non-traditional investment market. So we would like also to reach our hands to the company that they are private equity, but they have also huge clients that they are coming from the company that have a kind of concern with the green technology. Because of this, and in the future we are going to work together in finding the match or getting kind of information about the projects that they are looking for Indonesia, then we provide this in Indonesia. And ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like to conclude that for green investment in Indonesia is not very easy to be implemented, but it is a must for us. We cannot wait. And because of this, then we have at least 4 witnesses. First, and the most serious one is changing of mindset, both for the private sectors and also from the government officials. How we could change the mindsets of those who are willing only doing traders by investing their money into industry that will support green investment. Because we could learn from the history of UK here, in the century of 18, at the time industrial revolutions started emerge here. And finally, we know that if you are thinking about the way, say, Singaporean thinking, you are switching to do trading. Singapore has no sufficient resources for production, so they choose that kind of strategy, being only the services country. But for Indonesia, it is a must for us that we have to do this. Why? Because by may I just have, sorry.
Aku mau masukin.
Thank you. So this is mindset. Why? Because currently we just do a lot of trading, or the traders in Indonesia is huge. They like to trade about meat, they like to trade about rice, they like to trade about oil and gas, they would like also to trade about anything. And now they are getting stronger and stronger in terms of capital. But they don't want to change their mindset, shifting from the trading into industry. And because of this, why the country like UK, they are very strong in economy. Their structure of industry is very strong. With a very strong structure of industry, they could produce a lot of things that will be looked for by the whole people living in the world. In Indonesia, if you don't want to shift this, then we are in the very situations of the current situations. We were once the country in ASEAN that is very strong in research and development of the rice. Remember, we have a very well-known, when I was still in elementary school, I learned about ER5, ER6, those are very, very well-known community. I'm sure that belum pada lahir saya. So we have this kind of thing. But now do we have it? No. Even the mother seeds of this beras padi in Indonesia, we have to buy from other country. Nggak bisa karena doyannya dagang aja, kita nggak punya itu. So that's the first. Okay. So that's the changing of the mindset. And also the government, they have to change the mindset, and we have to design the policy, we have to design the roadmap that we are going to achieve the better structure of our technology. That's the first. And then the second one is about the human being, the capital of human being, that have more engineers for this. And then the third one is about the capital. All right, the capital, we don't have for the green technology to be implemented in Indonesia, because green technology is always more expensive than the conventional ones. And the last one, will technology itself. We are lack of this kind of capacity for this. But finally, we have to understand, then we have also to open the eye of those very advanced countries, that in order to make Indonesia sustainable and supportive for the green technology implementations, it is almost impossible to leave Indonesia by their own on the corner to do something, take care, and also to overcome about the disasters happening in Indonesia because of the environmental situations, friendly situation in Indonesia. But please come share your technology with us, bring us into that level so that we could do proper participations in providing of green investment in order to provide smart green development of Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ihwan, for a very insightful description of states regarding green investment and economy in Indonesia.
Now for the Q&A session.
Okay, so now we're opening the floor for questions. Do you have any questions from the audience? So maybe for the first three questions, to you and then Marcelo in the back.
Just get your questions first.
Sorry, no, I won't be too much. My name is Aditya Putri, and I'm currently studying environmental technology at Imperial College London. And I have two questions, but I'll keep it to one question. My main question is essentially, you talked a lot about changing the perspective or the mindset of individuals, whether it be coming from the private sector or governmental officials, and so forth. And I think it's also important to change the mindset of the Indonesian society as a whole, through their education system, etc. So my question is, what are the first steps that we need to take in order to change this particular mindset, and what do you think is the future for a country like Indonesia to adapt that mindset?
Just
So moving into the second question.
All right.
Hello, my name is Erini. I'm currently doing master degree in international business and cosmetry. And my question is, Your Excellency said that there is no market.
So is this question to Your Excellency or?
To you, I'm sorry.
Oh, I do hope I could be an ambassador one day. That's okay.
I mean, like you say that there is no market for cocoa or chocolate in Indonesia, but is it possible for us to actually open the market through the tourism market? I mean, like we promote Indonesian chocolate to the tourism market. I mean, like to the stores of tourists, just like how Malaysia does in their tourism. So Malaysia is not actually the cocoa is not good, but try to force it to the market by selling it to the tourists. I mean, can Indonesia do that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And the last one.
My name is Fauzan. I'm a lecturer in engineering at college here at Oxford. So we've been discussing about this as well with some of the governmental representatives. And then the issue in Indonesia is about we are quite lack of innovations, especially in economy. By taking more and more investment from, for example, one of the cases that you say, and then one of the cases that we call previously, for example, from Japan, that the investment itself is more likely more to the productions rather than innovations, because innovations, they make innovations in Japan and then just send some money to us, and then the money, bigger money will return back to Japan. So what do you think Indonesia can do in terms of your institutions to be innovative?
So those are three questions. So Ms. Ingram, please.
All right. Thank you. So may I answer the questions from the third first?
Sure, sure.
So thank you, Ms. Fauzan. Yes. So when we think about what would be the best way for us in order to have the advancements of the technology, because even though we know from the history that at the time Japan, they do their advancements of the technology from quote unquote stealing the technology from Western, and then after that they just make it better. And at that time the image of Japan cars brands very, very bad compared to the European or American brand cars. But now they are even can run faster than the performance of the American automotive. And then also the same as what is China doing now. All right. So China, correct me if I'm wrong, Pak Dubes. China doesn't ratify of apa namanya kalau kekayaan intellectual property right for this, right? And they just did a very apa ya, bukan smart, licik itu apa ya? Slick technology. Then they just, it means that I just remember at the time that I was still in Germany for study, and I have my colleague from China. And, that time they start about how China run very fast in terms of the economy. And I just mentioned, I'm not sure that you are going to be successfully maintaining the growth of your economy, because I'm sure that you are not very strong in the technology. But I was quite wrong. Yeah. Up until now, China is still growing very well. Why? Because they are very successful in doing that thing. Then they just do something and they just try to use this at home with the huge consumption. They bring investment from abroad. They do the productions there, and they do also the consumptions for the domestic market, in order to protect more import coming into the country. So then they could protect their economy for this. And Indonesia is already very nice country that we have already ratified those things, which is quite proper, but we are still in the situations to be proceeding in the right path of the trajectory into very well advanced in the technology, at least for domestic market. I think we cannot hope Japan, that has been very long doing their business and very rich for the market from Indonesia, but they never, ever give any chance to Indonesia for any transfer of technology. Don't believe to any transfer of technology will be transferred by Japan into Indonesia. Nonsense, 100%. All right. So because of this, then, one that we have to do is just like the one that was done by Pak Habib, right? So he just sent most of very clever Indonesians to learn about the basic technology and knowledge of the technology abroad. Then after that, they are going back home and becoming a very center of excellence, doing innovations. We don't need the whole Indonesians to be a very excellent person, but the center of excellence that will be a kind of motor, that will give a kind of impact into any other, then do a kind of innovations. So basically, it's education for us. So by having very well education and technology, we could create innovations in Indonesia. So I think that's basically, you are in a very right positions of doing a kind of lecture for this kind of thing, then you could create more Indonesians.
Thank you, but this is probably the most positive answer that I've been asking this so many times to the government representative. So I'm quite for
Thank you. All right, the second, Mbak Erin ya. Mbak Erin, ya. Mbak Erin tadi nanyain coklat ya. Yeah, so currently in Jakarta we have a chocolate industry called by mereknya apa namanya? Mongo. Yes, we have in Indonesia chocolate brand called by Mongo. Mongo is very nice, like the sound is very nice. Mongo. But if you translate into English is yang pas apa ya? Please. Yeah. Please. So very inviting. So they are also very innovative. They produce various of tastes of this chocolate. And it is good. But it is also very, because they tried something very new, very risky as well, but successful. But the owner is not Indonesian. The owner is not Indonesian. But don't be so pessimistic. Yeah, monkey see, monkey do. So it means that by having this kind of thing, if say this guys is very successful doing this kind of thing in Yogyakarta, the tourism area in Indonesia is not only Yogyakarta. We have many of tourism area in Indonesia. And because of this, that you are very right. Actually, the government working together between, let's say, it might be investment board and also Ministry of Tourism to create not only selling about the beautiful sceneries, but should be completed by any other products that will be supporting this tourism area. Then this will involve as well about Ministry of Industry. So please don't think quiet, narrow-minded when we are talking about Ministry of Industry. Has nothing to do with the tourism. No, in this case, we have to work together. So I think when we could create this kind of demand in Indonesia, because the market is basically there, then we could also to try to encourage more investment in these productions of cocoa in Indonesia. I do agree with you. It is very possible, but whether or not we'll be successful will prove of this kind of thinking of the strategy, I think. Thank you. Then Mbak Astin. Mbak Astin ya? Esti. Punten. Ih, bahasa Sunda. Mbak Esti tadi nanyakan, sorry. The main point is.
I asked about how we can change the mindset,
yes.
whether it comes from the private sector.
Yeah. The best way to change the mindset, there will be the involvement of ethic, norm, regulations, and internalizations of three of them into the nations, right? So this is quite a complicated thing. You cannot reach this mindset changing overnight just because you issue the regulations. No, totally will fail. Could you just see simply, when we back to Indonesia, we could see our brothers, sisters very young, that they are still in elementary school. They just chat with the colleagues after the school. They eat something like chiki or whatever, and after that, or aqua, and after that, you know, sampahnya dibuang begitu saja seenaknya, without any guilty feeling, right? Why? Because we never seriously transfer this value in the very beginning of the school. Because this one is internalizations of the value. By having the value, then that will give a kind of ethics system will be created in the community. If the ethic will be working very right, then there will not be anybody in Indonesia that will not feel guilty of doing something wrong by this kind of thing. So started from that point, started from now, from yourself, from me, from all of Indonesians, we have to think that to do and to be a part of these changings of the mindset through educations, formally and informally. When we talk about formally, you just leave this responsibility to your teachers. But you yourself, I myself, I have the responsibility to transfer the value to my children that this is not very correct. Most of them, they just think, I just throw a very simple thing, only one, they will not make a flat one. It's very English. So it means that they have to know that that is not a very complicated thing, throwing the rubbish into the rubbish bin. Itu very simple. But this cannot, kalau kita ngajarin ke orang yang lebih tua dari kita, itu sama aja saya kayak nyuruh orang berhenti ngerokok sama yang doyan ngerokok. If you just try to teach this kind of value, ethic, and norm into those who are already very crystallized, the men's side about these things, it's just like asking those who are very addicted with smoking to stop. So that's the thing that you have to teach to them. It means that since the very beginning, formally, informally, try to teach about the value, the ethic, and then also the norm about doing something right into the environment, into the people, into the right of other human beings.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Iman, for the insightful answers. And then because we're running tight on schedules, we might not have a next Q&A session for Mr. Iwan, but thank you very much for your insightful speech. Okay, so now for the next Q&A speech, we have Mr. Farid Sultan, which is the CEO of City Asia. City Asia is a management consulting company based in Jakarta, Indonesia, which basically aims to help creating the development of smart cities and smart regions in Indonesia. And we're facilitated by technology today because Mr. Farid is joining us from Jakarta, Indonesia. Hello, Mr. Farid.
Yes, hello.
Okay, hi. Can you hear us?
Yes, sure.
Okay, how are you doing this evening?
Yeah, we are good. Already evening now in Jakarta.
Yeah. Okay. So the room is full booked for today. So we're really excited to hear your speech about sustainable regions. So yeah, please.
Okay. So thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, allow me to convey my sincere gratitude to OXID committee and to congratulate for organizing this valuable forum. His Excellency Pak Hamzah Tayyip, Indonesian Ambassador to United Kingdom, His Excellency Dr. Nick Brown, Principal of Lineker College, University of Oxford, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to join these forum sessions and have my thoughts shared and delivered about building sustainable regions. Why I'm calling regions, because in Indonesia, when we are talking about cities, it's only cities, kota, meanings. So I'm talking about region is consisting the cities, regency, but also governance. So from smart readiness to smart economy. So I expect to have fruitful discussion with all participants after my presentations. So I'd like to introduce myself. I'm from City Asia. Our organization focuses on bringing research, training, consultancy, and development services to both private and public sectors. We also have strong concern on the development of Indonesia through regional capacity buildings, this including city, regency, and provincial level. So we expect that our future partnership with OxID and the University of Oxford will be long-lasting and for the mutual benefit between UK and Indonesia. So my presentation is based on several related facts and also our company's experience. At the end of the presentations, I hope that you can get first-hand understanding on how smart green economy is essential and how we have been helping the related stakeholders in optimizing the rules in it. In case you have inquiry, just please let me answer you during the question and answer session after the presentations. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. So my presentation is hello.
Hello.
Yeah. So many people. So I don't know why the slide in your screen is different from. Can you change to the next slide, please?
Bapak, kita screen share dari laptop Bapak, jadi Bapak yang kendalikan screen-nya.
I think there is
ada sedikit delay dari sini, jadi mungkin expect 1 atau 2 second delay.
Okay, thank you. So many people consider Indonesia as a sexy country, as it has many yet big potential to grow and accelerate. As countries established 70 years ago, the development of the country keep progressing. Noted as the biggest archipelago country, Indonesia plays important role in ASEAN countries, so Asia countries, APEC, also the G20s, etc. So with more than 250 million population, Indonesia sort of has its own huge market for every consumer-oriented businesses. This is also one of factors that hinder Indonesia from suffering much from the latest global economic recessions. So referring to the latest report by McKinsey, it is projected that Indonesia will be the even largest economy in the world with 100 millions of productive workers and customers by 2030. So the big challenge is, given all potential and international attractiveness, can the government and related stakeholders prove what projected by some researchers? So let's take a look on what makes Indonesia attractive. First of all, it's about population. The big population is the main engine, as more than 250 million population are there for both workers and also consumer of any products. So frankly speaking, it is not difficult to find either cheap labor as well as people who consume product and services. So with hundreds of ethnic group living, this also one interesting thing, how diversities could live in harmony in a country. The second one is about the demographic bonus. In Indonesia, it is expected to experience demographic bonus in the upcoming 2020 and beyond. It means that the productive population at the age of 1564 is the biggest portion of populations. It means making production and creating output or generating income to increase purchasing power among Indonesian people. Indonesia also the third largest democracy. It has been progressing significantly on democracy. It enables people to take part in the country development, criticizing the government, contributing ideas, etc. The freedom of speech and arguing make various media emerge and channel through various potential implementation. The other concern is about environmental potential, that Indonesia has forests, islands, rivers, coastal line, seas, mountains, etc. The environmental potential are in many cases are still left unused or vacant. It emphasizes on the idea that this country is still having many rooms to grow and improve. And in terms of natural resources, Indonesia is rich with minerals such as tin, coal, oil, and gas, but most of them are still used or exported in raw basis and no significant added values. We also have sources of renewable energy such as geothermal, as we have most volcanoes on Earth, winds, year-long sunset, etc. We are the biggest archipelago. The fact that Indonesia has more than 17,000 islands is very unique. It is also key factors determining the direction of development of both infrastructure and non-infrastructures. Simply, the connectivity among islands to ensure that the transportation is effective and efficient. The rest is about technology adoption. The young generation of Indonesia is familiar with technology adoption, as simple as current training communication tool. The challenge is how technology adoption is not only on the customer basis, but also in production basis that could take place simultaneously. The demography bonus, so more skill and experienced human resources will lead to better job opportunities that at the end of the day leads to prosperity improvements. So what's so special with the demography bonus? Young and productive people will contribute to new ideas and innovation generations. They will ensure that information and technology adoption or development will take in place. It is expected that they can work better with greater added values with less number of non-productive population. The economic potential could be allocated more on productive issues. But however, improving knowledge and skill for the productive age group is crucial issues in facing the given situations. So so during early stage of its administration, President Jokowi elaborated the development focus and priority called Nawacita. You can take a look at the slide that it has 9 priorities ranging from human capital development to nation security improvement and from economic resilience to law enforcement. From this Nawacita, at least I can conclude 2 things. First, that Indonesia government is aware on the importance of developing human quality to ensure the economic improvement towards economic resilience. The resilience is, in other words, means sustainability. The challenge on how government could sustain economy given limited production factors. Competitiveness of Indonesia human capital has been a big questioning challenge. Based on Human Development Index, the Competitiveness Index or other ranking, Indonesia is still relatively less competitive compared to Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia. So second, another factor supporting economy should be guaranteed by law enforcement, clean government, and some other factors. The enablers are paramount to ensure that the economic activities could run smoothly without distractions. Indonesian government has been fighting against corruption case. The cases, in fact, really hinder people to have trust upon government officials. Law enforcement has been big issues. The principle of carrot and stick doesn't happen as expected by public. So another interesting is about ASEAN Economic Community. ASEAN is the cooperation among Southeast Asia nations is a big opportunity and challenge also for Indonesia, of course. The starting year of the ASEAN Economic Community will be the end of 2015. Open the wide eyes of worry on the questions. So are we Indonesia competitive enough to compete head-to-head with Singaporeans? Are we also productive enough compared to Filipinos? Do we work better than Malaysians do? So the ASEAN Economic Community makes the free flow of goods, services, and people possible among the nation with no significant barriers. It means 4 things. ASEAN as a whole is a single market and production base. ASEAN is expected to have equitable economic development. ASEAN is about to develop as competitive regions. ASEAN is expected to be major players in global economy. Indonesia government has been promoting, or in other words, struggling to put people and governments understand that the ASEAN Economic Community will be big disaster if we are not ready. So, well, the ASEAN Economic Community has just started and no way to step back. So, however, ASEAN Economic Community is a big market for all over the world with more than 633 million populations. So, this common understanding on sustainability concept, we agree that economic development should ensure the current and future generation necessities, including economy, of course, and not the expense of environment and social development. Sustainability has not been a new concept in Indonesia context. In many local government development plans, it's neither clearly stated nor implemented. In many cases as well, the environment has been object to exploitation without considering the preservation and conservation. The responsibilities of sustainability does not only belong to government, but also belong to all of us, private sectors, publics also. It's not trade-off, but something that could be strategically planned and managed. Some of resources are not renewable, some other are renewable, but it might take a long time for that purpose. Prioritizing sustainability for long-term benefit is paramount than just short-term destroying economic value. So this is, if we go deeper to Indonesia environment potential, we can understand that the huge potential is not just fictions. Indonesia has the most number of islands in the world. So thousands of rivers in the country are transportation media, water sources, as well as fish farming industry. With the largest tropical forest in the regions, Indonesia has the third largest biodiversity, the big potential for many industry, which including pharmaceutical industry, craft, agricultural, forestry. Sea, beach, winds, and year-long sun heat are the main driver for renewable energy. Indonesia has big numbers of volcanoes that put fertile soil for agriculture and forestry industry. The potential are huge, but as what I formally mentioned, the potential could be considerably not optimal in order use. I'm going to elaborate based on my personal experience. So last year, back in 2014, I had an opportunity traveling around North Kalimantan province. We call it Kaltara, Kalimantan Utara. This is the newest province in Indonesia, established in 2012. Previously named East Kalimantan or Kalimantan Timur, and for the sake of faster development, the government divided into two provinces, smaller East Kalimantan and also North Kalimantan, Kaltara. So during this year, I got in touch with first-hand government official to understand deeply on what this province has, its potential and attractive, very attractive for from economic, environment, and social sectors. At first, I was amazed on how this province richness. Numerous river in Kaltara, including Kayan River, for example, have potential to be electricity from source and generator with 20,000 megawatt capacity. This is enough to supply all electricity needs to the most populated islands of Indonesia, that is Java Islands. Kayan Mentarang, the national park with total area 1.4 million hectares. This park is the largest primary and secondary forest area in Southeast Asia regions. Biodiversity forest has around 100 species of mammals, 15 endemic species, 8 primate species, and 310 bird species, 28 endemic species, and many more vegetation diversity. As new province, North Kalimantan could probably has capacity and capability in what so-called monetizing the potential, but the question is, are they enough? Is the technology transfer still needed? What can ensure that the use of potential sustainable and kind questions? So huge potential of country is not directly proportional to its prosperity. It can even back forward to disaster or even manage well. Some of basic questions we face are: is the potential administratively recorded? Is the potential properly used? Is the potential optimally used? Do people take benefit from it? What is sustainable strategy? Until what extent multi-stakeholders shall involve? How public policy could play a key role, and so on and so forth. As formally mentioned, that the country is not always in line with the environment and potential. The developing countries that do focus on primary economic sector will less likely to have greater contribution as those countries with better human capital focusing on secondary or even tertiary economic sector with greater economics value added. Let's take a look on Japan and Singapore, for example. With relatively less number of population and natural resources, these two countries grow much faster than Indonesia. The economic growth will be in line with the people GDP. So that will be a challenge for Indonesia. So we have formulated what we call smart economy concept. The smart economy will happen when you can combine both smart input and smart processes as well. So smart inputs including the people, including the support from educational sectors, the government leadership, the wide information access, technology and non-technology innovations. And the process itself, it's including the human force that has to focus on the priority, and they have to have braveness to take the decisions, the quality work and also the community works, the cooperation among all human forces to elevate the impact. So for Indonesian context, we have calculated index of the smart economy per region that I will explain it later. So to ensure that smart economy take place, the government for sure cannot stand alone. These are some of multi-stakeholders involvement along the processes. So all stakeholders like government, businesses, and private sectors, international partner, NGO, society, mass media. So they have to be responsible, contributing to the green economy and smart development of Indonesia. So, for example, like the development of public policy based on people's need, including the current global trend, clean government, law enforcement. Also, we have to ensure that the democracy take place properly. So, economic potential, business expansions, consumer education is so very important. Technology transfer, and then research, and for sure the nurturing process of qualified, experienced, and competitive human resources, monitoring and evaluations, advocation by people, international organization, and the control by the media, local media, and international media. So everyone, I think, have a strong concern on this slide. I think if you go to several provinces in Indonesia at the moment, you can enjoy nothing but haze. His problem has been yearly issues for the country. Most of the cases caused by arsons. People and companies do land clearance by burning the land and forest for cheap cost reasons. The haze has been transboundary issues that affects neighboring countries such as Singapore and Malaysia as well. So unfortunately, the case keep going. In this 2015, haze has been since around 5 years ago and gets even worse in dry seasons. Some companies indicated as the doers of the arsons, but the law prosecution doesn't go well to put proper sanction to them. This is considered as the why haze is a regular threat for the economy. The haze creates nothing but economics and non-economic loss. The value of even reach billions of dollars. It hinders people from doing normal activities. It stops the transportation, mainly the air transportation. It hinders tourists to visit and many more economic disadvantage. So, law enforcement. Indonesia has been experiencing a really fast land use change this several period of time. The tropical forest changed to be plantation mainly for palm oil industry. The habitat changed as well as the environmental balance, but unfortunately the weak enforcement of law leads to weak sanction and penalty. It's worsened by the practices of corruption in the form of bribery to government officials, especially local governments, illegal procedural cut-off, and so on and so forth. So again, law enforcement is the key. If the law imposed strongly with nothing to bargain, I am personally really sure that the economic development could be sustainably managed. So if you see on the charts, the forest governance index in Indonesia, West Papua is the lowest with 26%, and the highest is in the Central Sulawesi with 42%. And very important things is we have to foster the government to be more innovative, to adopt the smart economy, the green economy. As an additional as an addition to strong law enforcement, the government's innovation is also very important. The manual process done by the conventional government management needs to be changed to be more high-tech management, boosted by the technological and non-technological innovations. The innovation could be various and diverse. For example, related to the haze problems, there is forest and land fire monitoring system which related parties could be monitor the potential of fire in real-time basis. This includes what to do when there is hotspot or even fires. In Indonesia, there are still wide rooms for improvement. You can trust me that you can have many idea imposed for the governmental process betterments. If we do mapping on government ability and willingness upon innovations, then we can have 4 categories. Government that's willing and capable. We also can find government that willing but they are not capable. But we also find the government they are unwilling and they are capable actually. And we can also find the rest, the government they have unwilling and they have no capability. So CTA is more than just keen to assist every single category in the process of being smart government. So look at the slide in Jakarta. This is very popular. We call it Clue, developed by the Asia partners. So through this application, public participation is the key point. Public can actively involve in the process of development to initiate idea, criticize, or just at least to deliver news or what happening in the city or in the regions. Taking into account the Jakarta province, there is the Clue applications. This application is two-way platform that facilitate public and government official to get on the same page, that enable people to tell the government official from the village level on any accident in their surrounding environment, such as traffic, cleanliness problems, crime, and so on and so forth. Give appreciation to government official on what they do and serve well, have discussion with other people on related topics to contribute on the policy making, on criticize and give some comment to the governments. The government official get trained on how to handle people report, complain, and have it monitored. The governance, Pak Ahok, the Basuki Cahayapurnama. So the success of the Clue implementation gets appreciation from many parties, and he is the ambassador of this application. He wanted this application to be implemented in all over regions in Indonesia. And this is also very interesting. With creative people living across the country, Indonesia is the home of many communities, ranging from environment to social cause, from sport focus to creative industry. The communities are places where people could interact, and optimize their care on the development. This function is complementary and supportive upon what's done by the government. We clearly see this as a strategic point, as people will, with care, will create better community and ecosystem. So many of these application will contribute for a better smart society that contributing for the smart regions. So this is what situation have done so far. Start from various anxiety, our beloved Indonesia, and so all over, all people from City Asia, we have a vision to help the regional government to develop a region to be the smart region and finally contributing to the smart nation for Indonesia. So City Asia itself to become a leading consulting partner for public and private sectors. We would like to contribute in shaping and shifting the nation advancement. Some of our activities in order to help the governments, both the central and local government, through the Smart Nation movement. So we developed the index for all regions all over Indonesia based on our Smart Region framework. The index was called Smart Region Maturity Index. Is intended to measure the achievement of readiness and performance of the region in order to become the smart regions. So based on the Smart Region Maturity Index, we pay tribute to those regions with the biggest score in each category of region, which is divided based on the number of population. The purpose of the award itself is to build awareness and become portrait for each region in spurring the construction carried out the area. And this is our model. So starting from the developing the readiness of each regions to be in the smart city or smart regency or smart provinces, from the nature, structure, infrastructure, and superstructure. Also the culture itself in the society, and we indexing all of this attribute. And the second one also measuring the smart regions performance in terms of the governance performance, the marketing or branding performance, the economy, living society, and also environmental factors. And you can see here the index in terms of smart governance in the provincial level. We can see provinsi Gorontalo is the highest, and the lowest is Maluku Utara. And in terms of smart economy index, the first component is assessing, among other, the existence of complex industries and number of industries, the growth of sustainable of small medium enterprises, the welfare components, also the transaction components in the regions. And we can see Jawa Timur, the East Java, is the highest score in terms of the smart economy index. The second one is Jakarta province, so it's a bit neck to neck between East Java and Jakarta Island. The third is Middle Java or Jawa Tengah, and the lowest is Papua, only 34.7. And last Thursday on October 20, City Asia organized an event called Indonesia Smart Nation Award to present and discuss the finding of the Indonesia Smart Region Maturity Index. This Mr. Irman Gusman, the House of Regional Representative of Indonesia, also giving the keynote address. Also from the Ministry of Home Affairs and many other parties attended this event. 45 governors that won the Indonesia Smart Nation Award also coming to this event, including the Regency, city, and also the provinces. And the winners, you can see here, each are divided into 3 groups based on its size: large, medium, and small. And many of the winners are concentrated into west area of Indonesia, which is Java Island and some part of Sumatra. And very important things is we have to, we are not only think tank organization implementing studies and produce recommendation with our strategic partner from private sectors, from the government's official, regency association, media, and reputable universities. We intended to empower and assist government to implement smart city, smart region platform, and spreading the best practices across the archipelago. So this is about the movement. So we have campaign, we have free public workshop and training. We would like to launch the Smart Nation book by end of this year, and also implementing the Smart City using City Asia platform, sponsored by a number of private companies. We would like to implement in a number of city, regency, and provinces in Indonesia. So thank you very much. If you have any comments, questions, so please, I'm more than happy to hear and share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parasikan, for the very interesting insight and highlighting some of the effort made towards the development of a better Indonesia.
Yeah.
So now for the Q&A sessions.
So we might have time for one short question.
Yeah, just one shot, and please speak louder. Yes. Question? Yes, sure. Please speak louder.
Sure. My name is Maya from Nottingham Law School. I'm a bit concerned about this smart. I'm a bit worried actually. I think the big question is like, do we need to be smart, or even it's necessary to be wise? Because like, first I know here, we keep selling cheap labor as our competitive advantage. I think it's long gone. We have to really think whether it's really sexy to sell it cheap, or it's simply cheap. It's not sexy at all. And I think cheap labor leads to slavery, which is the dark side of humanity. It's far from green, I think I really would like to make it short. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Farid, do you?
Yes. Okay. So any other questions?
I think in the moment we are, because the schedule is quite tight, so I think we only have time for one
So
question.
yeah, this is very good. So worries, fears about how can Indonesia to become a smart nation. According to our data, most of the regions, the indexes is just below 60. Even we can see so many regencies, the index of smart regions is just around 30% out of 100. So if your concern is about whether we can make regions becoming smart, so it's the responsibilities of every one of us, the governments, the private sectors, the education sectors, the media, the technology innovators, the telecommunication providers, the urban planners. How can we make Indonesia to become smart nations? And we believe that through the movements, the participation of as many as the parties into the development of the regions, from the regencies, kabupaten, the cities, kota, and also provinces, the province. So it's going to contribute to develop Indonesia as a smart regions, as a smart nation through the smart regions. And we would like to give the awards, making the environments of the competition among the regions to be at peer with the other cities like in Java, in Bandung, Jakarta, Surabaya. So the development of the region is not only based on the budget given by the government, but also using the public-private partnership, CSR, and also from the international agency. I think so. That's all. So we have to work together to make Indonesia smart nation through smart regions. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parasikan, for your time.
Thank you. Before we're moving on to the next session, we're having a small token of appreciation given from the president of Universitas Oxford to His Excellency, and also to Mr. Muller. So if you can please forward. Thank you very much for your participation in today's event.
Okay, so for our third keynote speech of the day, we're going to organize it in the form of a joint seminar between Dr. Tim Coles, OBE from the founder and project director of Operation Policy, and Professor Martin Spade, who is the associate professor of Agriculture and Forest Entomology, Department of Geology, University of Oxford. And this seminar will be moderated by Ms. Sinta Puspa. She is the postgraduate fellow in the Royal Geographical Society. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Your Excellency, Mr. Hamza Tayyip, distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, fellow students. We are now on our final keynote presentation, and I'm very honored to introduce our two speakers, Dr. Tim Coles and Professor Martin Spade. I know we're running out of time a little bit, so Tim, if you would like to start the presentation, and then there will be a discussion after this for about 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Okay.
Right, hello everybody, I'm Tim Coles. Martin is too shy to give a presentation. So
Look, he's the public speaker.
we also have in the room Dr. Tom Martin, who was one of the authors of this paper, and also Dr. Kalinowski, sitting in the corner over there, has the knowledge of a way of expanding the amount of added value you can get from a product like Carrageenan by a huge amount. And I come to that at the end of my presentation. So, first of all, this is the structure of the talk. If it works, it should be. Is that not working? Right.
We hope you're enjoying this one, by the way.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. So this is the structure. I'm going to describe first of all what Operation Policy here is, because it's a type of research tourism. So it's a different concept to the majority of tourism that you have in Indonesia. And then what's the economic benefits to local communities of this? Does it really work for local communities? And then can taking people from the West to go and work in Indonesian forest or in Indonesian reefs actually work? Can they gather anything of real value? And then finally, can we use this data to actually produce some income for local communities and for the economy? Next slide. Thank you. I'm going to start off with just a little bit of a history lesson about why we're called Operation Wallacea. It's after Alfred Russel Wallace, who was a Victorian naturalist who, alongside Darwin, developed the theory of evolution by natural selection. Now, of course, he started over here and went with his friend Henry Bates. To begin with, he went off to the Amazon, and he spent 4 years collecting specimens in the Amazon. And the way he was funding his trip was to send them back to Britain to collectors, and they were getting paid for every specimen, butterfly, or whatever that got sent back again. And when he came out of the forest after nearly 4 years, he found most of his specimens sitting here on the dock. They hadn't actually been sent back to England at all. So he put them on a boat, and he went back to England. The boat caught fire, and it sank here. He lost virtually all of his specimens with nearly his life as well, because he was adrift for about 10 days, and then he ended up back in England. Now, I have to say, you know, with an experience like that, I would have probably given up, and he didn't. He carried on, and after 2 years, he got a small grant from the Royal Geographical Society, and then headed off out to what was then known as the Malay Archipelago. And it was when he was here in Sarawak that he wrote the first paper, which was explaining how all species that appear to be new seem to have arisen from a closely related animal in the same region. What he hadn't figured out yet was how that worked. And then a couple of years later, when he was over here in Halmahera, he realised basically how it was working. Essentially, he stumbled across exactly the same conclusion that Darwin had reached, that natural selection was causing this speciation. So he wrote a letter to Darwin, and when Darwin got that letter in 1858, he was meant to have said, you know, that's it, my life's work's over, this guy's got there before me. Unfortunately, Lyell and Hooker, two of his friends, read out Wallace's paper at the Linnean Society in 1858, and also a summary of some of Darwin's work. And then they went on to publish a short paper afterwards. That was the first paper ever on evolution. And in Darwin's day, it was known as Mr. Darwin and Mr. Wallace's theory. So whilst the Galapagos is fantastically famous around the world as the home of evolution, you can equally say Indonesia is the home of evolution. But that's been very much forgotten. One of the things we want to try and build on in the future. Now, when we started this whole project, the idea behind it was to find some exciting, where we could take scientists to do research in areas that would be lost before we had biologists there for the most part. So we started off looking at the Wallacea region. One of the things that Wallace noted is that if you went from Bali across the Lombok, you got a massive change in species. And if you went from Borneo across the Sulawesi, exactly the same, big change in species. And what he proposed was a thing that's now known as the Wallace Line that runs between these sets of islands and is essentially a deep ocean trench. And there's actually another one over here called the Weber's Line. And the effect of that is when the sea levels drop, as they do during the ice ages, then these islands here, because of fairly shallow seas, all get joined together. And that's why you ended up with orangutans in strange places like Borneo and Sumatra, and why you got tigers as far as Bali, but they don't go any further. And exactly the same over here, all of this was joined onto Australasia. But the bit in the middle never got joined on, so it formed its own species. So this is almost as endemic rich as Madagascar. So why aren't you making the same amount of money from it as Madagascar is? And I'll come to that in a few moments. So we started working there, and it's now grown enormously. So he said, well, now last year we had 3,000 students in the field. We fund 200 academics. And essentially what we are is a funding mechanism for academics. And one of the advantages of this sort of funding is that as long as students come every year, and they tend to come in increasing numbers every year, then we can keep on funding the scientists to work at the same site, using the same efforts, the same methods, and we can build up some really long-term data sets. Now think about the alternative. The alternative is a grant. You get a grant for 3 years. At the end of your grant period, that's it. You apply again, if you don't get it, that's it, your project's over. So if you look in the literature, it's full of short-term studies, because that's what you get from grant aid. Whereas this sort of mechanism allows you to do long-term studies, year after year. It also allows you to do comparisons between different sites. Now, we've discovered 30 new vertebrate species for science from these different projects around the world, 21 of which have come just from the Indonesian sites. But we don't do all of this work just to get scientists papers, and as you'll hear in the presentation, that's a very successful method of getting papers. We're doing it in order to collect data in a form that you can then use to get conservation interventions, get some funding to protect some of these areas. So the first day-to-day site is to find out what you've got. Is there anything of biological importance here or not? And that means sending in specialists, getting them to work there for 2 or 3 seasons, because we only work from the middle of June to the early part of August, because that's when we can get academics and universities to come out and work. So we're only there for short periods of time. But bring them out for 2 or 3 seasons, find out what you've got. If you've got something important, then you set up a long-term monitoring program. And that's where you set up sites right across the forest area, and you do the same survey, same effort, year after year, and look at how things are changing. And then the third thing is looking at how much money people are making from the forest or from the reefs. Because in the end, conservation is about financially rewarding people. If you are living in a very poor society, conservation is a luxury. You need to find a way of making money. And so it's linking conservation to local incomes that's so crucial. And then the final stage is to then take all this information to a funding agency like the World Bank. And I have personal experience of going into the World Bank, and they are fantastically friendly when you first go in there. But if you manage to get through the door, the first thing they're going to say is, okay, prove to me that you've got an important site. Well, we can do that quite easily. And in fact, anybody who goes there should do that. But the next question is, okay, it's important, I saw lots of places, can you show me what are the threats to this site? Well, in this case, we can do better than that. We can actually quantify what's been happening. What are the losses over the last few years, or what are the gains? In other words, we're not just talking theoretically, we're now giving them hard data on which they can judge that. And then the final stage is they say, okay, well, clearly it's important, clearly it's under threat, but actually we're not that interested in conservation. We're much more interested in helping local communities to develop income. And that's exactly why you need to be economists. Exactly how much money people were making from the forest at the time and how you could then supplement that. And so this whole program is designed partly to produce papers for scientists, partly to give students experience in the field, but mainly to produce data that can then be used for conservation interventions. So the principal researchers are the 200 academics. We also co-fund 63 PhD students. We've had 3 Indonesian PhD students. We'd love to have more Indonesian PhD students as part of this program because we part fund them. And we have lots of visiting academics. We have people as university students doing their undergraduate dissertations or master's level dissertations. We have research assistants, they're undergraduates that are going out to work with lots of different scientists because it gives them the opportunity to be in the field with publishing scientists. If the scientists aren't publishing, we're not happy with them. And certainly their own universities are not happy with them because they need to be publishing. And we have general surveyors. These are high school students. These are essentially sixth form students, as we would call them, 17 to 18-year-olds, but with a biology teacher. If you notice, there's one group of students missing here, gap years. These are people from finished school, before they go to university. We tried them, but it's a nightmare, to be honest, because they're interested in partying. They don't want to go out there and work. We need people out there to work. Now, the students are there to work on the science. They're not there to put up tents or cook or clean. And so the way we run these projects is to begin with, when we go to a new area, we employ lots of local people. Then we find out which are the best, and we ask them, why don't you form a company? And then that company then provides all the services for our projects in the field. So we have one company that works in the forest in Southeast Sulawesi and another one that works on the reefs. And the money then goes to those companies, and they then employ all the local people to provide the accommodation, the food, the guides, the support for the whole project. I'll tell you in a few minutes how big that is. And then we have medical staff at every one of our sites. That's crucial. If you want to give confidence to parents that you're sending your offspring into a remote part of the Indonesian forest, then it's nice to know that they've actually got a doctor there as well for life support. So we started here, and we've now grown right across the world. And the reason for that was partly because of some issues we came across in Indonesia, but partly because there were lots of markets from different parts of the world for this type of idea. Now, another reason why people should come to this part of the world is because of a thing called the Coral Triangle. That's an area of reefs that has the highest diversity of hard coral genera. So hard corals are building blocks of reefs, genera groups of species, and the darker the colour on this map, then the greater the diversity of hard coral genera. As you can see, it goes from the southern Philippines through Borneo, Java, Lesser Sundays, across New Guinea, Solomon Islands, called the Coral Triangle. Okay? So if the Australians tell you the Great Barrier Reef system is the best reef, are the best reefs in the world, don't believe them. Entirely propaganda. This is the best area of reef anywhere in the world. Now, our site down here in Southeast Sulawesi is slap bang in the middle of that Coral Triangle. So these are really good reasons why we should start in Indonesia and why it's an important site. Okay, so what are the economic benefits? Well, firstly, we started in 1995. We went to Southeast Sulawesi. It was the least, and I think it still is, the least visited part of the whole of Indonesia. Now, the reason we went there was because it had no tourism infrastructure. And one of the advantages of research tourism is it doesn't require hotels. It doesn't require tourism services. In fact, the more they develop, the less valuable it is to us. We're looking for really remote sites in as original condition as possible, and our students live in local accommodation in homesteads, or they live in the forest, or they live on homestays on the coral reefs. So this was an ideal situation for us. Now, in 1995, when we started, we were the only Western people going to this part of Southeast Sulawesi. We are still, 20 years on, the largest form of tourism in the whole of Southeast Sulawesi. We had 1,200 man-weeks of paying volunteers out on site this last year. Our projects every year employ 220 local people who get a good proportion of their annual income just from taking these people out to this site. And each year we've put $450,000 into small, remote village communities in this part of Southeast Sulawesi. It has a huge impact. Now, what's surprising is why it hasn't grown. You've got so many advantages here. You are the Galapagos. But one of the reasons it hasn't grown is because we keep hearing it, corruption. We keep hearing of all the problems that these organisations like ours have. We know from personal experience lots of these problems. Organisations like Coral Key, Earthwatch, Rally, Trek Force have all started in Indonesia, and they've all stopped. They've all basically been handed out by having been because of corruption issues. Now, fortunately, we've managed to hang on in there, and we'd like to hang on in there, but if you could just make this whole system massively simpler. We had a fantastic example of 22 ministries involved if you wanted to invest in Indonesia. You've got exactly the same issue in tourism. You want to run this sort of thing, you have the same multiplicity of different government organisations you have to talk to and get approval from in order to be able to do this sort of work. So you've got a fantastic opportunity here. Just to give you one more statistic here, you know the Galapagos Islands is famous because of the Darwin finches. There's lots of little islands, different finches. We have exactly the same here. There's a team from Trinity College Dublin has found 10 species of bird that are new to science. We know that because we've been able to legally export feathers and do the genetics. We know we've got 10 new species to science. We can't get any Indonesian scientists to go out there and collect them for us to publish it so that you can then make money by having tourists go to this site to see it. So you've got a fantastic opportunity there. So this is the sort of places we stay. We stay in local houses, local accommodation. I think one of the things that you should never underplay is the people of Indonesia. You are the friendliest people. Honestly, you are the best people anywhere around the world. We have sites all over the world. You are the friendliest, most welcoming people. And every time we ask students, when they go back again, what was the best thing about Indonesia? We don't talk about the price of the rings, we talk about the Indonesian people. Because we'll speak to them, you'll be very friendly and so forth. And I think it's a huge asset that you're missing when you come to marketing Indonesia. This is another way of living. When we go into a forest, we don't want to set up permanent structures. The idea is to set up some structures so that we can live there, but then be able to pull it down again. And after a couple of weeks, you don't know anyone's actually been in that forest. So we have people living in hammocks. They have, I don't know how to put this politely, they have what are called black cat trench toilets. Okay, so imagine that. And then you have a funnel for the urinals and you wash in the river. And the students love it. That's what they want to do. They want to go and live as a biologist live and help on this sort of project. So it doesn't require that tourism infrastructure. Okay, but can they actually help the science? Because remember, these are undergraduates, so is it actually going to be any use, the data that they collect? Well, this is the point where we have to describe the difference between citizen science and research tourism. So citizen science is where you train people who are not experts in a certain technique and identifications, and then they go off and collect data on their own. So some very good examples of that. There's like the British Trust for Ornithology does lots of standard surveys around Britain, and they're all volunteers. They get trained, they go out and collect the data, and then it all gets put together and published. Now, there are some examples of that. If you want to work out how much carbon you have in the forest, and as you'll know in a few moments, that's a really important statistic you need for most forests. What you need is to measure lots of trees in 20 metre by 20 metre blocks, right across the forest. Students are fantastic for that. Set them off with a couple of trainers, and they can go and measure the diameter of breast height, estimate the height of trees using kilometres, and those data we know are accurate, and they can be used to produce carbon data. But there was a paper in Nature recently that used these data. In fact, I don't know if you saw it. There was a paper that talked about how many trees there are in the world, 3 trillion trees at the moment, and how many were being lost. Well, those data sets came from all volunteers. People have gone out and collected those data. So that's an example of where you can use citizen science, but for the vast majority, you can't do it. You send a group of students into a tropical rainforest. Let's take somewhere like the Amazon now, where we're talking 500 bird species. And the way you do a bird survey is you'll get up very early in the morning and you'll walk into a point campsite and you'll stop, and then you're going to count all the birds that you see or hear over the next 10 minutes. Okay? You'll hear 95%, you'll see 5%. So that means that if you're out there recording, you have to know the calls of every single bird there, and then many of the calls have got multiple calls. So it means you have to have a huge level of expertise. In fact, even with a huge level of expertise, if you change observers, you'll see a big change in the species diversity. So you can't use students for that. In fact, you can't even use often very good academics. You have to use very experienced people in that particular region. Well, a much better way of doing it is to use these things. They're called the sound recorders, SM3 recorders. Essentially what you do is you set up a network of those in the forest, and you record the calls. And then you bring the data back to the laboratory, and then you can train the software. It's called Raven, and what it does is it produces a sonogram. So you play the calls, you hear the sonograms, you bracket any particular species, like let's say a collared puffbird, which makes a series of repetitive calls. You do that 10, 12 times, and you've got replicates of it, and then from then on, the machine can recognize that species. And you do that for all 400. Or in the case of Sulawesi, much less, because it's not particularly diverse, but it's very endemic rich. It's a much better way of producing the data. One of the other stories that comes from here is, remember I was saying you wanted long data sets in order to look at patterns in ecology. Well, one of these is this data set on herpetophore. Remember, the Wallacea region didn't get cats. So their top predators in those central forests of Indonesia are not mammals at all. They're the reptiles. This is the land of the giant reptiles. And this always scares students. I will tell you that the biggest snake in the world was caught from near where you've been staying. It was a 10-meter reticulated python in this round. In fact, you'll see 4 or 5 meter long reticulated pythons when you're in the forest there. Now, obviously, we needed to start working on those because they're the top predators, so we're using these massive pit lines. These are basically buckets buried in the ground, and you put a fence across the top, and then if you're a small snake or small lizard, if you hit that fence, you tend to run along and you drop into the bucket. And that's fantastic for the small things and the fossorial species. It's terrible for the giant reticulated pythons, because they're not going to go in a bucket and stay in it. So you have to walk through the forest and do actual observations of those guys. And we've been doing this for 9 years now. 8,500 specimens, not killed, just recorded and released again. And it's the largest herpetofauna study anywhere in the whole of Southeast Asia. And it's enabled us to start tracking how things like climate change is affecting species distribution. This is another example from the reefs. Okay, it's even more difficult on a coral reef to get students to gather useful data, or even scientists sometimes. And the problem is that it's just so diverse. Remember, you're in the most diverse reef systems in the world. You talk about 700 fish species there. Go to the Caribbean, you talk about 40. It's massively easier to do it in the Caribbean than here. And so this technique is called stereo video. Now the way it works is, I'd like you all to pretend, please, that you are now divers. You're in your wetsuit. You're going to dive down, please, to 10 meters. And you're going to put a 50-meter tape along the reef. Now you're going to stop for 5 minutes, and you're going to wait because you've scared all the fish away. And I'm going to ask you to swim back along that tape measure, 1.5 meters above it. You're going to count everything below you, 1.5 meters either side of you, and this sort of cube going forward. It's called an underwater visual sensor survey. And that is how scientists collect data. Okay? Now, that's what you're going to be doing. I hope this thing works. Whoops, let's go back again. Let's see if I can get it to play. Okay, I'd like you to do it, please. I need you to count every fish there. It has to come in that 1.5 meter box, unless you don't count it. If it swims in the distance, you count it. I'd like a name, please, for every fish. And you have to estimate the length. Well, would you believe that that is the standard method that is used around the world for counting fish? Clearly not very good. And so, what we do at this site is we use stereo video. I'm going to test them. Stereo video, where you have 2 videos on a frame, and then you swim along and do the recording, and then all the analysis is back in the laboratory. So this is now the left screen, this is the right screen. You identify the fish below. And if you got it wrong, we can tell, because we can just go back and do spot checks on it to see if you got the identifications correct. But what's really clever is because it's stereo, it calculates the distance from the cameras to the fish. So if it doesn't come in that box, you don't count it. If it does, click on the back of the fish and the front bit on the left screen and do the same on the right screen, and it gives you the length to plus or minus 5%. Now the best you can do underwater is plus or minus 50%. Okay? And that's important because if you want to calculate what's the weight of fish on a reef, you essentially take the length and you cube it. So imagine how imprecise your weight estimates are now. You've probably missed a lot of fish, you've certainly misidentified some, and your estimates of length are plus or minus 50%. This is massively more accurate, and it's surprisingly still the only site in the whole of Indonesia that's actually using this technique, which I find amazing. So, the ultimate proof of science is it being published? And in the case of the Indonesian marine site, we've had 117 papers so far. So 90%, 90, of all the publications in the whole Indonesian part of the Coral Triangle come from this one site. And they come from scientists working there for 8 weeks. That's all. So a huge amount of scientific output from there. So that was so much that they produced a book on it fairly recently. And you can get hold of that one. And a lot of getting publications is about designing the right questions. So you can ask high-level questions, not just distribution of species. But this is an example. This was essentially, again, in Indonesia. And we know the problem of ocean acidification. Now, as carbon dioxide increases in the atmosphere, that gets translated into carbonic acid in the water, which increases the acidity. And that reduces the possibility for coral reefs to have calcium carbonate skeletons. And so what they were looking at here was whether other areas of the marine environment could actually help with buffering that. So, for example, are there areas that could buffer that, like a seagrass bed? Because that photosynthesizes during the day. Does that buffer some of these acidity changes? And also, are there corals that live in these more extreme environments already? Because people are talking, I think, a little bit crazily, that in a few years you'll have lost all reefs in the world. I personally think that's nonsense. But are there areas where these corals are already pre-adapted? And this particular study looked at seagrass beds, clearly fantastically useful for buffering against acidification. One of the main reasons that you need to hang on to those seagrass beds. And also mangroves. There are species of coral living in the mangrove that are pre-adapted to living at much lower pH levels than you're currently finding. So this is sort of high-impact stuff. That's why you can get it into high-impact journals. Let's move to the forest side, 33 publications. This is now the second most published site in the whole of Sulawesi. The most published is Lorelindo, which has had vast amounts of grant aid data. This has had 0 grant aid data. It's come entirely from research tourism. Second most published site. This is a Nature paper. This is one on speciation in bats. But there's a species of horseshoe bat there that has one gene change. And that gene change changes the frequency at which it calls. And as a result, it sexually isolates that population from those using a different frequency for call. And also because they use the call basically for hunting, then they're hunting on different prey sizes as well. So essentially what you've got is a population of bats that's splitting into three completely different populations that are gradually moving into being completely separate species. That was one of the few examples of sympatric speciation that has been noted, so that was published in Nature. So you can clearly get high-level science out of this. Okay, but is that any use? Is that just good for scientists and good for students? Can you actually use it to make money? Well, let's have a look at it. What's interesting about this is that Otwell is very good at doing the science. But what we can't do is keep taking money from students to then invest in the conservation outputs. For that, you need another source of funding. So we created a new charity back in 2000. It was chaired by Ken Clark, a politician here for a number of years. And the idea of that is to then focus funding on areas where we found we have a conservation problem and we need to get some funding into that area. And so it was launched in the House of Commons and so forth, and we concentrate solely, we're not trying to rival WWF or TNC, what we're trying to do is to just set up a few examples from around the world of projects that actually work on the ground and create income for local communities. So let's start. We started in Indonesia. Our first project was a GEF project. We got $1 million. And they said to us, because when we first went there, we said, look, we want to create a national park. And they said, don't worry, you're wasting your time, because every time we create a national park in Indonesia, the sort of problems carry on. So what we want you to do is to think of a way of financially incentivizing people not to deforest. Now, in the period before we started this, we had a deforestation rate of 2% per annum. That's clear cut, 2%. So in the previous 10 years, we've lost 20% of the forest. And we're right up against the borders of this forest. So what we did, when we got that funding, is we went around each of the villages that surrounded that forest, and we offered them a contract. So the contract was, if you can stop logging, if you can stop hunting, then you can make sure the forest farm boundary remains the same, this funding we have, we'll put into your villages to create businesses. If you break that contract, then we'll stop the funding for the businesses. Now, there was no reason for them to carry on to stop logging. But the net result of this is 8 years after that project finished, there is still the same amount of forest there than there was when we started the project. There's no national park. It is simply because people then have a financial incentive to protect their forest. And that's the approach that we're currently using for a RED Plus application. You've got $1 billion, $1 billion sitting in an account in Indonesia that has to be spent on the RED Plus scheme by the end of 2017. $1 billion. And for those of you who don't know what RED Plus is, it's a scheme whereby wealthier nations are funding forestry departments in developing countries to slow down or hopefully eliminate deforestation, because about 20% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions are coming from deforestation in developing countries. And if you can stop that, then we can count that carbon towards our national carbon budgets. Fantastic scheme, and you've got the money sitting there. What you're short of are worked up projects that you can actually then use to spend that funding on. So this is a fantastic example of one. This has now been packaged together, and Tom at the back has been doing that for Southeast Sulawesi, for Buton Island. It'll be ready to go within a month or so, and then it has to be independently audited. And once that's ready, it's an off-the-shelf project that can then be used by the Indonesian authorities to use some of that funding and use, in my view, the same approach we used on that smaller-scale project. It's worth $20 million, this one. In other words, link continuation of the forest to businesses in local communities around that area. Just to give you, we'll carry on surveying. You don't have to pay us for that because it's self-funded entirely. And just to show you what a difference it makes, normally when you do a RED Plus project, you send in some specialists. And this is an example from Central America, where they sent in 3 specialists for 10 weeks to see what was in this forest. And that's the blue columns of what they found. They found about a quarter of the mammals, less than 20% of the birds, and about 30% of the metafauna. And we went there year after year after year and built up those species lists, and now we're continuing to monitor on that site. It's a free service, and you should be using this sort of volunteerism, as it were, to help you to build these income data sets in remote parts of Indonesia. It doesn't just give you species diversity, you can also look at population changes. This is the Anoa. It's the smallest wild cattle species in the world. It's only found in Sulawesi. About 10% of the entire population of Anoa are on Buton Island, and yet, as you can see from this data set, and it continued, by the way, for the next 4 years, it just hasn't published yet, continuing down, if you don't do something urgently, this particular species will be extinct in the wild. So crucial that you make action very quickly indeed. And I'm going to finish just with a story from the reefs, because does this approach also work on the marina, in the marine environment? In the Wakatobi of Southeast Sulawesi, you've got a fantastically rich set of reefs. In fact, there was a paper published by one of our scientists who looked at sponge diversity. And he found the site in the Wakatobi has the highest sponge diversity of anywhere in the world. The single most rich species diversity there. And yet this is a site where you've got some very serious problems with fishing. Now this isn't fishing by external people coming in with big trawlers. These are just local guys going out fishing with long lines and nets and fish fences and boo-boo traps and so forth. And for a long while, the Indonesian government said, these are artisanal fishing techniques. They can't damage the fishery. Well, what's an artisanal gill net? How long does it have to be? 20 meters? Can it be a kilometer? When you have kilometer-long drift nets, can it be 2 kilometers? So there's no definition of it. There's no thought about whether this sort of fishing could damage the fishing. It makes a massive difference. Forget about bomb fishing. Forget about cyanide fishing. These are highly emotive issues. And everybody is against those, and it creates a huge amount of interest in the West. Forget all that. Wipe that out. You still have a problem, because there's too many people fishing on the reefs. And this is an example of the catch per unit effort. Look at it. Crashed. It's continued, by the way. It's currently operating at about 10% of the production of the fishery that you could get if you actually just manage that fishery properly. In other words, you have to reduce fishing effort in the short term to allow that fishery to bounce back, and then everybody in the fishery ends up getting more fish. So this is the boo-boo trap, the second most damaging method in the area. And so what we did was we got a small grant from the British government this time to register all the fishers. There are about 1,000 fishers in that whole area, about 550 boats, and they all have numbers on the side. You can't quite see it there in that picture, but they've all got big numbers on the side now. Now we thought that might be difficult to do. We thought, you know, these are fishermen, they're not going to say, okay, I'll let you put a number on the side of your boat. But in fact, it was fantastically popular, because they saw it as a way of stopping fishermen from other islands coming to steal their fish. And so you got 100% registration. Again, no reason to do it, 100% volunteer registration. And then the idea is, once they're all registered, was then offered to buy out some of that fishing effort. So that means you buy their fishing license. That means that those people who come out of the fishery would only do so if they're financially compensated. But it means, think about what happens to those people who stay in the fishery. They then have a fishing license that's worth at least what those guys got paid out for it. And if you allow them to trade those licenses just within themselves, you've now created a system where the biggest financial asset is their fishing license. You've now created a fantastic incentive for those owners of the fishery to manage the fishery in a way that's going to maximise their income. So that's all set up and ready to go, but we needed a method for making it work. And this is where the yacht came in, because as you go around Wakatobi, you'll see it's full of seaweed farming. And essentially what they do is they grow the seaweed, and after about 10 weeks they shake it up, dry it in the sun, and then a middleman comes, usually cheats them, I have to say, says this is terrible stuff, gives them a low price, and it goes to various middlemen and ends up in the Philippines. And the extraction of the carrageenan, the active component, is done in the Philippines. You are currently, as a nation, losing $1 billion every year just by exporting your seaweed. So why on earth don't you extract the carrageenan where you are? Now, what Piot did, which was really clever, was there are hundreds of different patents, and he managed to find a method using just acids and alkalis that you can do on site. You can do it as a small-scale business. And the advantage of doing that is, firstly, that everyone who's a seaweed farmer, instead of getting middleman prices, gets factory gate prices, because they can take it directly to the factory. Another advantage of this was that, in fact, if you use fresh water in the process, then your effluent is NPK fertilizer. And the islands have got low productivity, agricultural productivity, because they're short of NPK fertilizer. So here you are, have a system that not only produces carrageenan, but produces fertilizer that will increase the agricultural productivity. And the best bit of all of it was the turnover for this factory alone. This was just from the 7 islands in Wakatobi, would be $6 million a year, just processing the carrageenan they've already grown. $6 million. For an investor, that's a $2 million profit. After they paid out $1.5 million every year in compensation to fishers to come off the reef. Now, this has been proven at the laboratory scale. The Indonesian government has now taken this up, and at the University of Sumatra, they're building the pilot plant stage. And then after that, we have a consortium of large Indonesian companies, the British Chamber of Commerce in Jakarta, that is then going to approve licenses for individual investors around Indonesia to build these factories. But they have to be linked to fisheries protection. In other words, you can't just go build a factory. You've got to then offer the opportunity to buy out some of that fishing effort to allow the fisheries to recover. So hopefully you can see that this is a practical example of the sort of thing that your previous speaker was talking about, adding value to a product you're already creating in that site. So just to summarise, Research tourism provides sufficient financing for scientific research, but also allows us to do long-term monitoring, which you generally can't get from grants. It produces significant income. Just by the process of doing it, you create income for local communities, and it's still the dominant form of research tourism. But you have a few fundamental problems that you have to address if you're going to get this whole sector to grow. And it could grow. There's lots of people want to do it. There's an element of citizen science, but a very small element. The rest is working alongside publishing academics to get experience from working with those different scientists or funding PhDs. And we can make significant contributions to scientific literature and to developing income streams that can help local communities within Indonesia. That's it. Okay, so over to questions.
Thank you very much, Tim. Martin, would you like to say?
What I would like to say is I do not sleep in hammocks. So everyone else in Operation Policy has these nice toilets in the forest. I stay in the hotel. That's
sad and true.
A very, very interesting presentation. I never knew science can be that fun. And that then you can actually involve local community to work with conservation effort directly. So we have some time for discussion. Can I start with 3 questions, and then we'll see how is the time and the go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Dino Kusnadi. I've known Malaysia projects from my duty as the Information, Social and Cultural Affairs through the Anglo-Indonesian Society. But I'm also currently the acting education attaché. My question is perhaps the interesting and I think the overreaching volunteerisms that you have, including the Indonesian society or the public there. What is your experience with the Indonesian academics with regards to the local universities? I understand that with the realignment of the higher education that goes through research and technology ministry rather than detaching itself previously with the education and cultural ministry, you have the I think the easiness now to have cooperations with the local universities in that area. For instance, in the Sulawesi Tenggara province. Do you have any experience with them? Do you think they have capabilities for that?
I mean, our partners in Southeast Sulawesi University so we use them. We had far more problems once we started trying to work with the national. Then we had problems with people coming in and mainly looking to see whether they could find fault with the lack of service and various.
It's usually LIPI. Sorry? Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan LIPI. The LIPI in Central Jakarta.
LIPI's not been too bad. I mean, the big problem, I just take a classic example. You've got 10 species of bird, 10. Right? There's only about 7 or 8 species of bird a year described. You've got 10 new ones sitting in Southeast Sulawesi to be described. Okay? We can't get around. We can't. In order to describe a new species, you have to, unfortunately, kill it, which is seemingly insane to me, but you have to, and you have to put that into a museum. You want to put that into the Global Museum. We cannot do that. They will not accept it. And we can't get Indonesian scientists to go and collect it. Okay, we don't have to collect it. I don't mind if we don't collect it, but as long as someone does and gets it into the museum and gets it inscribed, you've got a fantastic income stream there for birders all around the world who's going to head out to Wakatobi and start visiting that site. And that is an area, I mean, I just came from a Trinity College Dublin where we spent at least 2 hours discussing how on earth we're going to do this. Because we're stuck. We're constantly getting stopped at various things. And it's that sort of thing you've got to sort out. It's not the willingness of the individual scientists. Good scientists are very friendly, very accommodating, and they want those experiences. Not all of them, but certainly the local ones do, because they actually come out with those. The thing that I don't like is where we have a scientist with a counterpart that doesn't actually come. They just want you to pay everything, and they stay back in Jakarta. That's no use. We need people to come into the field with us and work the things here. We've got some of those things in the gallery, but we cannot get past this luggage. So if you can think of a way, Your Excellency, of doing that, fantastic. We'd love to know, because you're missing out on the big income stream there.
The idea is that the central government would want to empower the local government through the local universities there, so that they can be responsible to that certain area and then become a center of excellence within that area. I believe that I think
I think that's the
The
way.
University of Kendari could be more empowered.
Absolutely.
Or perhaps that you have a driver there, that, which is the innovations that are
Yeah.
along the lines of supporting us. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Sorry?
Would you like to add something?
No, I don't think so. I mean, well, I've got just one thing. As Tim said, one of the delights for our undergraduates, and some of the school trips too, is to meet local Indonesian counterparts who are also really, after all, it's your biodiversity. And if we can get more local schools, local universities, the undergraduates, the school kids, to actually look at their reefs. I mean, other parts of the world, local school kids, even little guys, you know, sort of 10, 11 years old, are perfectly capable of putting a mask on and just looking at things. And one of the really important things that Hotwire does is communication. That's why we're here today in some ways. But getting not just international kids excited in Indonesian biodiversity, but let's get the Indonesian kids, because frankly, most of us in the room, especially me, I'm the oldest one here easily, we're too old to learn, we're too old to change our ways. If you can get into the schools with the little guys and girls and say, this is your heritage, you've got to conserve it for lots of good reasons, including economic ones, that's where you start education.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Pak Dina, for the question. Mbak di belakang, silakan.
Yeah. Thank you. Again, my name is Maya from Nottingham Law School. I was wondering, it seems like the cause of all the troubles there is from local community, for them just to sustain, to earn a basic living. I was wondering, really wondering, there's no challenges from companies, corporations who would like to exploit the environment?
Actually,
or is nothing compared to?
No, I mean, we don't have palm oil plantations. I mean, there's very little. I mean, there's tarmac, which is a threat to the forest, but then again, it's a huge income source, tarmac. So if it's extracted properly, you can still preserve most of the forest. But there isn't really the issue going to market. One of the attractions of it, it's so low, so quiet, that you don't have all those added problems next to other companies.
Okay. Another thing is, can I add one more thing? Corruption.
Very short.
Yeah, sure. You know, without your funding and stuff, if corruption is one of your biggest issues, can you have one line of your research to deal with these issues, like involving social scientists to deal with these issues?
It probably makes it worse, actually. Because that's a whole new set of corruption payments you have to make. I mean, I have to say, our strategy is to be as objectionable as possible for anybody who's asking for a bribe. But it means that sometimes we just get held up for long periods of time. We can't do things because we refuse to pay a bribe. My view is that once you start paying them, that's it. It's going to get worse and worse. And that's what happened with Coral Key, what happened with Raleigh, what happened with Treckforth. We started paying, and that was a slippery slope. You can't do it, you've got to stop. It becomes very difficult to maintain that because there's a huge amount of pressure on you. So in fact, one of the reasons that we set up this last year, we set up a project in East Timor. The reason we went there was because it wasn't Indonesia. It's still in the Molesky region, it's still got the Coral Triangle, and it gives us an escape route. So if pressure gets too great, we can just up everything and move everything over to East Timor. And I don't want to do that. You know, I had to restart in Indonesia. You know, I love going to Indonesia. I love the Indonesian people. We want to continue there, but we can't if we keep getting this pressure from Indonesia. But it's low level stuff. You know, it's the policeman coming in and saying, okay, unless you pay a contribution, we're going to close you down at this particular site. We had the army walking into our camp last year demanding a payment. I travelled around. I was actually in East Timor, and I had our Indonesian manager there. He was being contacted by the police on Kalimantan to make a payment, and if he didn't make a payment, he would close down the entire dive operation. It's that sort of thing. It's a constant headache. You've got to try and stamp that out. It's not the high-level stuff. We're not dealing with high-level people. We're dealing with just guys on the ground.
Thank you. Yes, gentleman.
Thank you so much. My name is Fajri, and I'm currently pursuing my master's degree in global environmental policy in Imperial College London. And I was born and raised in this very small and beautiful island called Bangka. It's also like one of the youngest provinces in Indonesia. It happens to be like one of the biggest tin resources over there. And then it's so saddening that our island has like huge cases of illegal tin mining activities. So you can actually see from the air that like there's so many unregulated tin mining sites, and there's so many holes over there due to probably the lack of like strong local regulations and policies. So my question is, do you already have like experience to work in our country? Sir, do you think there are like existing policies in the UK that is like suitable for us to adopt, in order to like improve our natural resource management?
Yes, I personally think one of the most powerful ways of controlling things like that is consumer demand. So once you create the knowledge amongst the consumers of tin that of the damage is being done, and then you have the opportunity to either buy from sources that are managing it properly or managing the sources that are damaging the environment, then you can create a huge amount of pressure on that company to improve its environmental performance. And a really good example of that is the Forest Stewardship Council scheme. That is essentially a method for registering forests as having been managed in a sustainable way. Companies like B&Q in the UK will only source from FSC registered forests. And the same thing is happening all around the world. To get that consumer demand, that makes a big difference. It's great. Government should be passing laws, you should be trying to enforce them, but in the end, if nobody buys your product, that's the perfect way of making sure that they behave.
Great. Martin, would you like? Yeah. One more question? Yeah.
My name is Priyo. I did my degree at University UCL. And I would like to ask about, do you plan to use or incorporate GIS to map the migration of wildlife population? I was thinking that we can correlate the migration between wildlife and humans in the local area.
We haven't got any plans for that, but if you've got GIS skills and you're available to come up and help us, we can look at your because we need to do things like species distribution models for some of the sites. That's part of the RED+ application. So, if you could have Thomas back again, is the scientist who runs that whole program in Indonesia. So we can have a word with him on the lunch. I think we'll probably do a deal there. Can I just say one thing? We have sitting off the hill tonight, Kalinowski. But he's the guy who's designed this method that could potentially make you $1 billion a year. And I think, if someone is interested in that as a process, really want to have a chat with him. You probably all understand most of what he says, but he's fantastically involved in this sort of thing, very, very clever. But if you listen to the general principle, it's an amazing scheme.
Wonderful.
Thank you,
Tim, Martin, one more thing. If we're interested to know more about your programs or we want to get involved more, where can we go? Where can we?
The brochure there.
Okay.
And if you just go onto info@upworld.com, send an email to that, I'll reply.
We haven't got very many. Just to say that there's also a schools brochure, but these are completely international. So everywhere from Australia to Hong Kong to America are always getting these. So the story is pretty much the same, but the brochures are designed by Tim and the crew, either for schools across the world or universities. The universities often do their dissertation project with their PhDs. The school kids actually, we didn't say this at the time, mainly go for the experience. So a week in a rainforest, a week on a reef. Learn to live in a hammock, not my fun, and learn to guide. And that's really what the funding base is.
Amazing. Tim, Martin, thank you very much for participating.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tim, for moderating the session. So now since it's already past 12, it's time for lunch break. For our distinguished guests and speakers, you're all welcome to come downstairs to the Herald School. We have provided lunch for you guys over there. And for the rest of you, also for the participants who have registered for the formal dinner, you're also welcome to proceed to lunch. The rest of you, we're going to continue the session in 1 hour. So in 1 hour, we're going to continue with the 115 or 120. So I'll see you guys in an hour.
Have a nice lunch.
Masih mas. Kita off dulu ya. It's him. Oh, right. Yeah, it's not mine.
kita bikin hasil-hasil pengen kalau bisa nanti mungkin ada yang lebih melibatkan.
Microphone on.
Oke, ya udah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Unmute.
Halo, everyone.
Tes. Tes, tes. Tes.
Halo.
Nah, iya ini
Tes.
Tes, tes.
ini kan masalah yang tadi. Iya, saya itu udah.
Kata-kata dari
Ya. Oke. Oke. Dari mana? Dari KPI atau dulunya. Ya. Ini juga. Udah sih. Iya, udah sih.
Belum mulai. Masih belum mulai. Di sananya masih istirahat di Oxford.
It's me. Assalamualaikum.
السلام عليكم يوم الدين ويوم الجزاء فإذا خفت الجبل فأرسلنا إليها روحنا فتمثل لها بشرا سويا قالت إني ألقى إن كنت تقيا إنما أنا رسول ربك ليهب لك كنت من زكيا قالت أنا يكون لي غلام ولم يمسسني بشر ولم أكن بغيا قال كذلك قال ربك هو علي هين ولتجعل علي في نفسي ورحمة منا مكانا نقيا فحملته فانتبذت به مكانا قصيا فأجاءها أخرج إلها بأي النقطة قالت يا ليتني قبل فتا ما كنت نشيا فنادى من تحتها ألا تحزني قد جعل ربي تحتك
Ini udah ada. Halo Ibu Lutfi. Oh, ini. Halo Ibu.
Halo Ibu.
Ya.
Ibu bisa dengar kami Bu?
Agak terputus-putus tapi.
Oh iya iya, oke. Nggak masalah. Agak putus-putus ya Bu?
Ya.
Oh iya. Kalau agak putus-putus, we can't help with that.
Tapi masih bisa lah ya.
Iya masih bisa sih.
Masih bisa terdengar.
Oh iya.
Siap Ibu.
Siap Bu. Jadi ini bentar kita ada presentasi dari Paul. Jadi kita akan screen share di sini. Ini
bukan deh, kayaknya yang punya saya
oh,
deh.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Ini punya saya, takutnya punya saya. Takutnya punya siapa? Punya saya sih. Saya buat. Oh, udah.
Jadi sekarang kita lagi ngumpulin peserta Bu Laksmi.
Oke.
Ya.
Yang ini, tapi semuanya udah gue pindah ke dokumen.
Oke.
Saya makan di
Sama
Jadi kan kalau
ini itu screenshot atau gimana sih? Jadi gue langsungnya ngelihat masing-masing dari satu dua itu. Gue tahu semua lewat kamera yang
Bagian maksudnya nggak sama kita bisa share, itu lebih bagus. Saya melihatnya bisa lihat kamera ini presentasinya dari dia tampilan dia. Cuma saya iya kan, tapi kalau buat ada presentasi
tapi
Ibu Laksmi,
Inception, Bu.
Jadi kita hari ini ada 3 presentasi, Bu. Salah satunya dari Ibu. Jadi untuk presentasi pertama dengan ada 4 ya. Jadi ada 2. Ya.
Saya jelasin aja nih. Kan chairpersonnya kan Paul Jackson ya Ibu ya, yang sesuai jadwal.
Ya.
Tapi Paul Jackson juga akan memberikan presentasi sedikit Ibu. Jadi nanti beliau akan 10 presentasi, terus diikuti oleh Thomas Thornton, kemudian Ibu Mari Mulyani, baru yang terakhir Ibu. Jadi nanti masing-masing paling 10 menitan gitu Ibu. Terus baru nanti Paul Jackson yang memandu diskusinya Ibu.
Oke.
Jadi nanti kalau mereka presentasi, ada 2 yang udah ngasih presentasi ke kami nih. Jadi kami akan screen share presentasi mereka dan kami juga sediakan kamera untuk pembicaranya. Jadi Ibu bisa lihat presentasi mereka dan sekalian lihat pembicaranya.
Oke, ya.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Masih ini sudah jaga semua
Dingin gitu. Iya, enggak, saya ada meeting di luar. Jadi saya meeting di luar terus makanya tadi di itu ya, di apa di hall. Di ruangan di hall.
Iya, di ruangan.
Saya tadi di hall apa aja. That's very nice that you bring other people together to work as a community.
Kalau nggak ada silam apa jalan?
Iya. Dan mendengar banyak Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion soon.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll introduce it. It's okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you have a very good lunch and enjoy the very nice weather as well. So for this, yeah, we have to wait for some people to but anyway, so for this afternoon session, we have a panel discussion chaired by Dr. Paul Jackson. So a brief biography of Dr. Paul Jackson. He wrote his doctoral thesis on the history and effectiveness of area policy in Indonesia.
Protected areas.
He's currently a fellow of the Swiss School of Enterprise and the Environment. He's also the co-director of the Master of Science program in the Diversity, Conservation and Management. He leads the conservation governance. And he leads the conservation environment University of Oxford. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Paul Jackson.
Thank you. Welcome everybody. Welcome to this panel discussion on smart green development in Indonesia. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Paul Jackson. What I'll do first is just introduce our panelists, and if she's here, I was going to introduce Laxmi Dewanti first. Are you there, Laxmi?
Hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
So, welcome, Laxmi.
Thank you.
Here we all are. Laxmi is a policy advisor with Lingkungan Hidup and Kehutanan, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, working in areas of green development, waste. Is that right, Laxmi?
Yeah, sort of, including that things.
Okay. Can you actually see us, Laxmi, here? Actually, why don't you do a round of applause, just so she knows.
Thank
so we've
you.
got about 50 people here, and we're looking forward to that.
Camera is just right there.
Sorry,
there's one camera
here.
There's one camera here, there.
Right, thanks for that. Okay. Our next panelist is Dr. Mari Mulyani. Mari's got positions at the University of Indonesia and also here with Oxford. I have the privilege to do some teaching with her. Mari's got a very interesting background. She's worked in business and also worked in TV presentation. But what we know her here for in Oxford is a really outstanding doctoral thesis on RED Plus and institutions and Indonesia. A little story about Mari. Her internal examiner in the Department of Geography is known for doing really long vivas, upwards of 4.5 to 5 hours. So Mari was a little nervous when she went into her DPhil viva, but she actually hit the record for that year and came out in 2 minutes under 2 hours. It shows that she absolutely nailed it. So maybe she should have a round of applause for that. And lastly, our third panelist is Dr. Thomas Thornton. Tom directs really world-leading MSc in Oxford, the MSc in Environmental Change and Management. But Tom's also an anthropologist, and I think, true to say, has devoted his career to both understanding and promoting the cause and needs of indigenous peoples in this changing world which we're in. He has a lot of experience in the Arctic and a lot of experience in coastal areas. His claim to fame is that he teaches an elective on indigenous peoples, and it's always the most oversubscribed in our department. Every time we come to sort them out, we have to push people off it. So maybe he deserves a round of applause. Now, chairing a panel and presenting a panel is not the way to do panel discussions, but I was asked also to say a couple of things. So what I thought maybe the best thing to do is if I go first, then when it comes to the discussion, you'll have forgotten about what I said, and then we can hear what this lot have said. So I'll go first, then we'll ask Mary to talk, then Tom, and then Laxmi will bring you in last if that's okay, because then you can get that engagement with the audience. I think that's probably the best way to do it. All good? Okay. Right, okay, I'll try not to talk too long. It's easy to throw out some words, isn't it? Smart green development. Sounds good, sounds cool, sounds groovy, but what do they actually mean? So hopefully, in the next next hour, we can have a think about those. So here's my take on it, and I'm going to suggest that to achieve those goals, we need to take an asset-based approach. We could argue that actually Indonesia has always been good at green development. Indeed, maybe the Indonesian nation has come into being through green development. But a form of development which the green bit was seeing nature as capital, cheap capital, which could be easily transferred into different things, into cash, into economy, particularly into political capital under the Suharto regime. And really maybe a lot of the political mentality in Indonesia has been thinking of natural resources as capital, or also as a dump, as a cheap place you can get rid of whatever you don't want. So I'm suggesting, if we get the slides right, that actually, if Indonesia is going to move into this idea of smart green development, we need to start thinking of its nature not as capital, not as cheap capital which can be transferred, but as an asset which can be invested in to generate multiple forms of value for Indonesian society and culture and economy. This picture, which, sorry, the lighting's not very good, you probably can't see it, can you? Anybody tell me anybody made that out? Probably not. Okay, I'll tell you what it is. So, a little inspiration, I think, for seeing an asset-based approach in Indonesia is the phenomenon of hijau mania. Anybody come across hijau mania? Have I said it right? Hijau? Warung hijau? Hijau mania? Hijau mania? What is it?
It's a bird singing competition.
Bird singing competition, absolutely. So bird singing competitions, hijau mania, is quite a recent phenomenon in Indonesia. It only started in the 1990s. For me, it captures this idea of using nature as an asset. So we have a small bird, and traditionally, Indonesians used to catch birds, sell them to the market, or they used to export a lot to Europe. Now here was a recognition that that small bird could sing. And if it could sing, what Indonesian people are fantastic at is human capital, is training birds, is competing birds. And from this rather wonderful hobby of hijau mania has emerged. And from the rural areas into the cities, people are training their birds, competing their birds, and having song competitions in it. Now, when we think of the value, so thinking not about capital, not about money, a bird which can be sold for cash, but an asset which can create value. The forms of value which this way of looking at nature are generating are really quite astounding. If we want to talk money, if we want to talk economy, in 2009, hijau mania was generating $60 million or contributing $60 million to the economies of six cities in Java and one in Denpasar in Bali. But beyond that, it was creating connections between entrepreneurs living in the city and rural entrepreneurs. And crucially, other forms of value. I interviewed somebody who organised a song competition in Surabaya. So why do you do this? Why are you putting your time into organising this? And they said because of this, because we know in Surabaya there's many different ethnicities here. There's Orang Madura, Orang Cina, there's Java or whatever. And we've had a history of tension in Indonesia. But everybody likes competing birds. So we all come together. We have connections. We know who everybody is. So if there was any tension, we have that social capital to start talking to each other. How do you value that? Enormous value. Apalagi, when you go to these competitions, you find that they're all clubs. And there's the club from Bali, from Denpasar, there's the club from Jakarta, of course, from Medan. All of these clubs are led by businessmen, big businessmen. They're coming together, and they're doing what all good businessmen do when you're doing your hobby. You network. You create connections. You create those economic and cultural flows between the cities of Indonesia. So for me, this is the concept of asset-based smart green development. And we're working on this at the moment. I'm working on this in the Smith School of rethinking protected areas. We talked about my interest in Taman Nasional and so forth. protected areas, thinking about them as asset base, and thinking about, sorry, didn't mean to go there, thinking about this broad range of value which you can gain from changing that perspective to thinking of nature as an asset rather than nature as simply natural capital which can be transferred. Now these ideas, I was very fortunate to start my life, my career rather, not my life, get it right, in one of the UK's great cities, Manchester, which I'm sure many of you have heard about and know of, not because of the football probably, but for the things I'm going to tell you about now. But Manchester, in 1975, I didn't go to Manchester until 1978, but in 1975, Manchester as a city was on its knees. Yeah? All of the industrial growth and wealth of that city had declined and it had gone into other places. So Manchester was at a time when it really needed to think, how do we get a new vision for the city? I had many ideas of doing it, but one of the ideas it had, I think exemplifies what I'm talking about now in terms of asset-based management. Why does this keep doing it? Sorry if you can't see this map here, but this is a map of a motorway going around the south of Manchester. And here's some land here. It looks rather nice blue and green on this map. In 1975, this was an exposed asbestos tip when we had to move all of the asbestos out of the buildings in Manchester. River Valley, no good, dump, right? This was, this tip here was where a few years earlier, all the bomb clearance from Manchester, you know, no line floodland, no, dump it. This area here was the old sewage work from it. This area here was a rubbish tip, and then these two water bodies here, these were where we dug out all of the earth to build the embankment to put this motorway through. What a mess. It was tipland in here. But some very clear-thinking people thought in Manchester, it may be tipland, but it's land. And it's land close to a city and land which we can't build on. Therefore, it's an asset. Let's invest in it. Let's do something really useful for it. And what they had the idea was to cap all of these rubbish tips with clay and then soil and bring back countryside, bring back nature into the city, bring back, re-green the city. And this has created all sorts of value for Manchester. One of the first things it did, it was create that green image for Manchester. So moving from people thinking of Manchester as a tip, as a place of run-down decay, to a modern, progressive city. And they've done some very clever work in actually planning greenscapes going all along the motorways. So you think that this thing is good. What they realised there is if you want to rebuild the city, you need to attract knowledge-based economies. People who work in knowledge-based economies don't like working in horrible places. Yeah? It's as simple as that. You know, why is Oxford so nice? I don't know actually, but it is. You've got my point, right? Yeah. So that link, really clever link. They also realised that actually people living in the city of Manchester weren't very healthy. They needed to do more exercise. But actually, maybe you're all different from me. A lot of us don't like going to the gym, or we're too old for football, or we're not very good at swimming. But what we do like doing is going for a walk with the dog, mooching about, going cycling or whatever. So this enabled the Leisure Services Department to totally expand its recreational offer. Added to that, people living around got a sense of place. They started to think of their city in a new place. They started building community. We could do education there, and so forth and so forth. And those who are a bit interested in money, they also found that their property prices rose around this area. So, really nice idea of just thinking about asset-based development and asset-based green development. What we're finding now is that that investment, which started 35 years ago, is now generating new forms of value, because the big problem we have in the UK at the moment in urban areas is actually, well, two things. One is mental health problems, people getting stressed, getting depressed, and also an aging population. And the cost of dealing with those is very high. We try and do it in hospitals. But actually, we know that getting out in nature, doing a bit of work, going for a walk, all of those sort of things, it's quite good for our mind. So it's quite a cost-effective way of dealing with urban problems. So how does this relate to Indonesia? Well, I suggest that if we're thinking of smart green development in Indonesia, we need to think about our Indonesian cities. It's a few years since I've been to Jakarta, but last time I was in Jakarta, I wasn't breathing very easily, if you don't mind me saying, no disrespect, and it was a bit difficult getting around, and I stayed with some friends, and to be honest, we had trouble. Well, we did find a park where we could take the kids out and play, but it wasn't great in terms of green space. But that Manchester attitude, you know, it doesn't matter if things are damaged, look at it as an asset which we can improve. I wonder whether actually there's a lot of degraded land around the big cities of Indonesia, particularly the north coast of Java, which could be restored, or where we could create these green lungs, which for me are essential to green development. Cities need green lungs if we're going to breathe in and if we're going to be smart in our minds and go forward in development. So one thing we know which happened in the 80s and 90s, that a lot of the marshlands of the north coast of Jakarta, the mangroves and marshes, were converted for shrimp ponds. Yeah? What we also know is that model of those days was very intensive in terms of pesticide use, and a lot of these tambaks became unproductive very quickly. So you've got a whole load of cheap degraded land very close to many cities. We also know that marshland is very easy to restore. Well, very easy, it's one of the easiest habitats to restore. So can we imagine doing the same sort of thing in Indonesia as Manchester did all of those years ago, where actually you say, well, you know, let's get the bulldozers back up, let's restore this, let's create it into designer marshland landscapes. Not what was there previously, but what could be there to help us go into green development in the future. You know, you can imagine these places, getting out of Jakarta or Surabaya, we could do it as well. You're going into these beautiful restored marshland landscapes, getting that sense of space out of the claustrophobia of the cities. Fresh air, kayaking around, mountain biking around. Digital photography, it's going wild everywhere at the moment. Doing your wildlife photography, eating nice natural food from it, creating these pleasuring grounds for the urban people of Indonesia. So this is another model we've got in thinking about how you might do that, and actually what do those sort of places mean. Oh, is it me or is it this? All right, it's telling me to stop, I think. So I just said, we've got a little model just thinking about how to do this, and it's really thinking about when we're creating these lands, it's the packages of assets which have to go around there. So it's not only the biophysical, the nature, which is there, but it's the institutional assets, it's the human assets, you know, like I was talking about the attitude, or with the Kicau mania, those assets you've got in society. And it's the cultural assets, you know, maybe I'm not quite sure what people like doing for recreation in Jakarta nowadays, but just picking up on that. I know that in many parts of the world, cycling is really taking off. And then bringing in infrastructural assets as well. So thinking about it in that set of assets. So there's my little message. Asset-based development can be smart and it can be green. Right, thanks very much. Mary, you've got some slides? We get it. So Mary's going to take a different tack, and maybe I shouldn't steal your thunder by introducing it, Mary. But Mary's going to talk about one of the innovations. It is an innovation.
Policy initiative.
Policy initiative. I think it's a big innovation as well, yes. Which Indonesia has put into play over the last 3 years, which I think in time we will come to see as one of the great bits of environment and development leadership, not only in Southeast Asia but more widely. Maria, over to you.
Yes. Would you mind sitting there?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Get out of the way.
How do you do this? I'll just try first. Okay. Okay. No. Thank you, Paul, for chairing this panel, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So my presentation is about a relatively new policy in Indonesia called One Map Initiative. The significance of this policy for smart green development is twofold. Firstly, without a credible, single, authoritative state map, any green development or sustainable development runs the risk of overlapping land usage, resulting from overlapping land concessions released by different ministries. And this in turn will lead to social conflicts and unrest, as occurred during Indonesia's contemporary development. I just want to warn you a little bit that few of my first slides do not give a happy message, but it's getting better along the way, so bear with me. So there will be a happy message at the end of this presentation. So, secondly, smart development, I think, entails that the government or any actors responsible for development should exercise transparency and engaging with stakeholders in all the stages of the development process. And as it stands, this policy, One Map initiative, foregrounds transparency and public participation. So, in general, map making has always been a political act because it is a means for controlling territory and governing the access of business and political interests to land and its resources. Particularly in Indonesia, the world's largest tropical forest nation, the mapping of land cover, particularly forests, has been central to its political economy. In the New Order regime, for instance, between 1966 and 1998, forest resources were deployed to rapidly increase GDP and to structure power across a vast archipelago. The challenges of map making are partly due to the physical topography of the country, which consists of more than 13,500 islands. Data varied from one ministry to another. So you may have 13,677 islands and about 1.9 million hectare land. And importantly, the power struggle among state actors in map-making process. So there is a great deal of complexity and uncertainty of the governance of forest, land, and natural resources in Indonesia, as different government ministries and different levels of government use different land cover maps, which are often inaccurate and outdated. This slide shows just one example of the difference between forest data released by then, two different ministries, environment and forestry. They now merged into one ministry. And so the use of different forest data and land cover maps have so far contributed significantly to the issues of overlapping land concessions, land-related conflicts, social unrest, investment risks, and also environmental degradation. Excellent. Okay. Okay. Where are we? Technology. Smart technology. Not quite smart user. Me, I'm not.
Sorry, can I say on slide?
It's not you, Nico. It must be me.
Sorry.
Go.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll try.
Does that work? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Okay. So, so this is the status quo, and a good news is, so One Map initiative developed in the context of RED+, suggests a significant development in the political economy of Indonesia's land-based management. I think I need to just briefly mention what RED+ is, as audience is from diverse disciplines. So RED+, or Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Forest Degradation, is a major policy initiative that emerged from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It is designed to provide incentives, financial incentives, for developing countries to produce measurable reductions in carbon emissions that would have occurred without RED+. So Indonesia is one of RED+ host countries. So coming back to One Map initiative, its stated objective is to create an integrated one single state land cover map. The policy requires cross-sectoral ministries with land-based competencies such as forestry, agriculture, home affairs, housing, to basically work together to create an integrated state map. And public are to be given free access to digital land cover maps. Moreover, the indigenous customary lands are to be integrated within the state map. These measures have not been done heretofore. So this is just one of the main research questions. Part of my DPhil thesis was basically to determine whether the One Map initiative signifies a switch to a new institutional path of map making, or it is just another innovation within the existing institutions of Indonesia's forestry. So very briefly, the research employed path dependency conceptual framework. I will be happy to discuss this in the Q&A if anyone is interested. 80 interviews were conducted during June 2011 to September 2012 when RED+ was at the preparation stage. Repeated, sorry, I did it also, Paul. So repeated interview with key informants, 10 of them were conducted this year during February to March. Just I wanted to know how the progress of this initiative. And so employed the path dependence theory. Some examinations were conducted, which include firstly to examine the history of map-making institutions to ascertain how the institutions has been resilient and persistently used to maintain the status quo of political and business interests through collusions between the state and the capitalists. Secondly, to examine the origin of One Map initiative, and thirdly, to determine whether RED+ has created a critical juncture to break the institutional path. Because of that concern, I'll focus on number 1 and briefly number 2. So, Indonesia's forest governance institutions are characterized by the uncertainty and ambiguity of the legal system surrounding forest access and land ownership. The basic agrarian law declares all land without certified ownership as the state domain. And forestry law frames forests as public goods and strategic resource that need protection. And the rational use of powers to ensure effective exploitation of these resources. Moreover, there was a minimum stakeholder participations and transparency during the map-making process along history. And the strength of this institutional part of map-making institutions have been attributed greatly to the ego-sectoral attitudes, where policy actors put the interests of their ministries above the public interest. This slide highlights the historical points relating to RED+, which basically marked the institutional development of map making towards One Map initiative. Most notably was then President Yudhoyono's commitment in 2009 to reduce the country greenhouse gas emission by 26% below business as usual, with its own effort, or 41% with international support by 2020. This commitment then responded by the government of Norway with $1 billion commitment. Then the agreement between the two countries include a clause on suspensions of licensing of new concessions in the natural primary forests and peatland. The policy was known locally as forest moratorium for 2 years, and then that was extended for another 2 years. So a critical element of this forest moratorium is the IMM, Indicative Moratorium Map. So basically, the IMM is regarded as the embryo of One Map initiative. I am warned about my time, so let's see if I can do it. Sorry, Nico.
They just put that.
Yes, the progress. Okay, quickly on the progress. What has been going on so far? So part of the implementation of this initiative, under the 2011 Law of Geospatial Information, the Geospatial Information Agency, a new name of Bako Sutarna, has developed system, infrastructure, and standardization of existing state maps, including development of one portal which gives the public greater access to information about the state maps and opportunity to evaluate the map. National geospatial reference to be used as a point for mapping and survey, and then one data sharing amongst different ministries and with regional government. Another significant development is the composition of basic maps at a larger scale of 1 to 25,000. And imagine, before this initiative, the map that is available for public is 1 to 250,000. So this is a very good development. So, the potential impact of One Map initiative for smart green development include increased transparency, more public participation, and cost saving. All of these are expected to result to better management of land-based resources, a more integrated land use planning, and another thing is, if we imagine the completion of basic maps of scale 1 to 25,000 will improve the development planning and reduce overlapping land concessions. Increased transparency will reduce corruption and rent seeking, and increase policy coordination among government ministries will lead to cost saving. The good news is, the latest calculation, the cost efficiency will be 1 to 4 when compared to the method previously prevailing, whereby each government ministry bought the satellite data image individually. And now there is one agency, which is FAFAN, that basically coordinates all the buying of the satellite data image. To conclude, and answering the main question, yes, basically One Map initiative has shown positive signs of its ability to break the institutional part dependence of map-making institutions, but it is really still too early to say whether this represents a permanent break, or whether in the future there will be re-equilibrium to the old part of institutions. On that, I thank you.
Fantastic. Well, a very positive presentation there. I mean, if we are thinking of smart green development, I'm sure you'll agree that having one map, it almost sounds a no-brainer, doesn't it? That we have one map which we can all work on, have that coordination surely that has to be a major development in Indonesia's pathway along that route. And as I indicated earlier, I think we had one of our students actually looked at this more widely, and there is no doubt that this one map initiative in Indonesia will be very exciting. Tom, you're going to get away from the troubles with the technology and talk to us about indigenous ecotourism. Is that right?
Yes.
Fantastic.
So yeah, I have no PowerPoint. I figured it's a lot. It's too many PowerPoints during the week, and I fix PowerPoints from Monday through Saturday. So Sunday off, but now I regret it since it's a beautiful picture. Make a show about tourism outside Indonesia. But would you prefer I stand or people hear me? I think I'll sit this way and talk a little bit about tourism in general, which is often seen as a smart green development, but often isn't. So one of the things you have to think about when you think about tourism as a smart green development is to suggest under what conditions would tourism be a smart green development. And you have a problem right off the bat in that in a place like Indonesia, which is very much in terms of travel, like the place where I work, Alaska, it's very difficult to get there for people who don't live there. And so right away you have an airplane carbon footprint that basically cancels out the word sustainable in front of your tourism if you really want to do the accounting. And the only way to maybe overcome that is to laterally spread out people's experience so that they spend more time where they're going and not so much time hopping around in expensive carbon-consuming modes. And so one of the ways to think about smart green travel is just what's the array of dots? What's the map going to look like in a place like Indonesia or where I'm going to talk about in the Americas? Remote places where there are lots of small, diverse communities, many of whom want to experiment with what you might call Aboriginal tourism or sustainable Aboriginal cultural tourism, but where the economies of scale don't necessarily favor them. It's expensive to get people there, and so people want more of an infrastructure, et cetera, which has more impact on those places, so they can be essentially loved to death or despoiled by the tourist consumption, essentially. So I think with any development strategy, whether it's green or not green, if it's going to be smart, it has to have an intelligent infrastructure strategy. What sort of infrastructure is needed to promote this development? That's the first thing. The second thing is it needs to have an institutional or a governance strategy to manage the relationships that are going to be fostered by the development. And the third thing is that it has to have a benefit flow strategy. And the benefit flow strategy must benefit people locally, so it's not just another form of sort of neo-colonialism where you're extracting something from local communities, but that you're involving them, making sure they get the benefits, or at least a lion's share of benefits, and making sure that the benefits include environmental sustainability benefits and not just cash or some other set of benefits. So I think you can evaluate a smart green project by whether or not it actually meets that bar. How is the infrastructure designed? Is there an environmental sustainability component to it? How is the governance designed? Is it decentralized? Is there local input? What is the benefit flow strategy? Is there a means for revenue sharing, other benefits, educational benefits, labor benefits, whatever, to the local communities and participants involved? And I think what you find out when you look at tourism is there's a lot of branding of tourism out there that uses terms like cultural tourism or sustainable tourism or ecotourism that in fact doesn't really have these three elements of a strategy very well developed. And in particular, there's not a very strong benefit flow strategy. And so in the project that I wanted to speak about, we were looking at something you don't hear about often, which is Aboriginal-led tourist development, where the entrepreneurs are essentially the local Aboriginal people who recognize the value of their own culture want to share it, but want to do so in a sustainable way. Sustainable meaning that they can tolerate the level of tourism that's there, that they can tolerate the environmental impacts, and that the social benefits that come from it will flow and continue to provide benefits over a period of time. And so we devised a project. My former DPhil student, the relationship between Paul and Mari was Bernardo Carrero, who's a Bolivian student who was working on forestry governance issues, and I was a co-supervisor of his in the School of Geography and Environment. And one of the projects he looked at in looking at forestry in Bolivia was an Aboriginal tourism-led effort, essentially that would prevent local people from becoming involved in logging their own lands and without any value-added economy, just exporting those logs. And there were a number of developments and conservation organizations that wanted to see an alternative model of their tourism. So that became one of the chapters in his thesis. And then after his thesis, we put together a Skoll Center grant on sustainable tourism, Aboriginal-led sustainable tourism, and expanded it to look at 6 different Aboriginal tourism-led enterprises in the Americas. So his project in Bolivia was one of them. We had another one in Peru, one in Ecuador, one in Mexico, actually several in Mexico, in Quintana Roo, and then the ones I was interested in were in Southeast Alaska and British Columbia. And all of these projects shared a local impetus. That is to say, there were local indigenous entrepreneurs who wanted to develop a tourism enterprise. They wanted to do it on their own terms and to make it sustainable in the ways I've just defined. But they face a number of challenges in doing it. One of them is that there's already a kind of mature tourism industry that you might say controls the rules of the game. So you can't just say, oh, we want to do tourism this way, without accommodating to some extent to that mass tourist industry that exists, or even the higher end ecotourism industry that exists, and catering to what people's expectations are. And that sometimes means compromising your very own cultural values and the way you prefer to do things. So that's an initial obstacle they face. The second obstacle is the capital. Okay? If you're going to build an infrastructure for tourism, you do have to invest. You've got to have facilities, you've got to have a transport system, and so on. And it has to be at least reasonably reliable, because people are often at your destination within a chain of other destinations. So if there are massive delays, you're going to lose business. And then there's a question of just, for small indigenous communities, the question of what you might call social impacts, and particularly saturation. You know, tourism could grow with the market if you let it, but there are practical constraints that are not only infrastructure, in terms of physical amount of people you can accommodate, but how many people you want walking through your village of 500 people or whatever on any given day, looking in the windows, making the pose for pictures, and so on. And that can be quite stressful. So a lot of local communities don't necessarily think about these questions before they enter into these relationships. And so a lot of times you'll have, for example, a tourism company come and approach them and say, we'd like to bring people in, and then right away sort of set the terms of the contract. And people sort of say, well, yes, this could be good, we like to share our culture. But then it leads to potentially environmental stress as well as social stress on the community, and then the benefit flows often don't circulate as much in the community. So how do you change that parameter? Well, certainly one way is to have indigenous-led environmental enterprises. And so we looked at a range of these, and we found that many of them, if they are indigenous-led, have ideals that we might consider to be close to what we're talking about. They have an idea of how big they want it. They have an idea of what kinds of social benefits they want to flow within the community, and they have a sense, often a sense of how it should be managed in a communal way. That's to say, they're not interested necessarily in reproducing the tourism company corporate structure of governance. And so in all of the cases we looked at, we found those aspirations but then we found real, real challenges, particularly in terms of capital. In the South American cases, a lot of the enterprises were funded either by conservation NGOs or by development projects, and so they were project-based efforts, and that meant that they had a time frame of 3 years, 5 years, and then the funding ran out, and then they had to search for more funding. And so it was very difficult to build up the human capital and infrastructure that was needed to support ongoing sustainable operation. In Alaska, the situation was different in that Alaska natives have already formed corporations. They've settled their land claims. They have a land base. And they have some cash. But in their case, they had initially organized to extract resources, just like other big corporations in Alaska. And so they came to tourism actually only after they had seen that logging and some of their other activities were not sustainable. And when they came to tourism, they had their own capital, and they, in many cases, had their own facilities, or if they didn't, they had the capital to build facilities. And so those cases turned out to be quite interesting because they were more mature. So infrastructure capital was not the big problem. It's still a problem to get people out there, but you have a very convenient way of doing it in East and Southeast Alaska. You have massive cruise ships that are the size of Jesus College, pretty much, that float in there every summer and take up to 3,000 people on a ship and are willing to drop them off. Okay, so that's a wonderful thing to have because you don't have to build a road or anything to get them there. You just have to build a dock. Now, sometimes you don't even need a dock. You just need a deep water anchor, and then you shuttle them to the smaller dock. But it's a lot of people to deal with, and the cruise ship industry controls, as I said, the world of these people. So they usually try to get as much of their spending to happen on the boat, and then they even sell the excursions on the boat for the shore. They take a cut of what happens on shore. So changing that paradigm has proven to be a very difficult thing. And then once people are ashore, their time is often very limited because they're moving from port to port. So they might have 8 hours. So everything has to be sort of an hour of this, an hour and a half of that, 2 hours. Otherwise, you're not maximizing the potential for making money on the tourists there. So anyway, all of these things had to be worked out, but the fact is there's not much leverage for the local enterprise to change the world of the cruise ship, if you will, to maybe allow for people to come in a more staggered way or to spend more time in the community. So what are some of the solutions to that problem? One is actually to start your own smaller cruise ship company. And this is an effort that's underway now. So where you're not just building bigger and bigger cruise ships, but taking in smaller ones that spend more time in communities, want to learn more about cultural activities, and we're willing to spend time to learn about those, and may even get involved, as I think was an issue this morning, in conservation-based volunteerism where that exists. So at this point, it's at the sort of idea stage, but it's something that's being considered. So in our review, I think we found that there is tremendous diversity of models for how to develop Aboriginal-led tourism. And that diversity essentially reflects the diversity of the cultures themselves. So in the Americas, you're talking about at least 1,000 different groups that potentially can operate tourism, often on lands that are better conserved than non-indigenous lands. And certainly that's true in Indonesia, where you have one of the most bioculturally diverse countries in the world, I think second only to Papua New Guinea in terms of its linguistic diversity, for example. So the potential is great for Aboriginal-led tourism, but I've raised some of the challenges because I think they're just as real in Indonesia, particularly with more remote parts, as they are in places like Alaska. I'll make one other comment about the nature of tourism, is that I think some people like to go for prestige-based tourism. And I think the pinnacle of prestige now is to be declared a World Heritage Site. And you have that designation in various places in Alaska. Recently, you had, I think it was several years ago in Bali, you had the World Heritageization of the local subak system. Does anybody know about this? Yeah. So to me, that was quite an interesting development because it was essentially the recognition of a social ecological system for the production of rice and the management of water from the volcanic lakes all the way down to the sea that had developed indigenously within Indonesia, was misrecognized by the Green Revolution, that is to say, not recognized, and then actually undermined and destroyed by Green Revolution technologies. And then some study and some advocacy brought the fact that the system was actually much more sustainable than the inputs of the Green Revolution for maintaining yields as well as biocultural health in its communities. And eventually it got recognized as a World Heritage Site on a cultural basis that the subak system, which is the system of managing the watersheds for rice production, was a world treasure, essentially. But what it's brought is more tourism. And Bali is already, you might say, saturated with tourism, and there's some question about the benefit flow to the subaks and whether this will make things more difficult, essentially, to maintain the status of those immensities. So there are some lessons in your own country on this.
Thanks very much, Tom. I think we're starting to get some things coming out from this discussion. I mean, Larry was talking about infrastructure, Tom was talking about these different types of infrastructure, obviously the physical infrastructure, government infrastructure, benefit flows. Murray mentioned political economy, and Tom was talking about that, how do you put it, understanding who controls the rules of the game and how we actually work with that for green economy. Talking about capital, linking back to what I was mentioning about assets. So it seems like we're on a nice little, some nice themes here. Lakshmi, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still with you.
Okay, welcome. Over to you. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just fire away. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Very good afternoon, everybody. It's almost midnight in Jakarta, actually.
Oh.
No, it's still 9:30. Yeah. Thank you for having me in this deliberation, and it is my honor to be with you now. And I would like to share, as asked by the organizer, I would like to share some policy initiatives in terms of green growth. In my presentation, I would like to, I will use the green economy or green growth terminology instead of green development. But I believe that the ingredients of those terminology are quite the same. So now I would like to share my screen so you can see my presentation. I do hope you can hear me clearly.
We can hear you very well. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. First of all, thank you, Dr. Paul, Dr. Mary, and Dr. Thomas for sharing some policy initiative in Indonesia. So I just start from that point. I put this title, Pursuing Sustainable Indonesia, because this is what we want, the sustainable development in Indonesia. Although some people now using the green growth, green development, or green economy, but the basic line is sustainable development of Indonesia. So why green growth or green development matters for Indonesia? As I think most of the speakers already mentioned that environmental condition in Indonesia is alarming. Furthermore, the greenhouse gas emission tends to increase. Dr. Mary mentioned about one map policy and the effort on the REDD+. Indeed, those one of the strategy that we have to reduce our greenhouse gas emission. The second is the absence of market and economic value on the natural resources and environment. I believe Dr. Thomas and Paul mentioned about this somehow. And the other challenge is lack of priority and limited option of policy instrument, for instance, legal basis to develop various incentives. We used to have only one fit for all type of policy, but it's no longer fit to Indonesian conditions. So we need to have and to develop various incentive, various policy initiatives to address various challenges throughout Indonesia. Dr. Mary mentioned about the Indonesian carbon challenge. This is one of the challenges that we have at the moment. The other reason, because it has been so long, we adopt so-called unsustainable consumption and production pattern. If everybody aware that back more than 20 years ago in Rio de Janeiro, the Rio conference, there are many important agenda adopted at that time, including the Agenda 21, the climate climate change framework convention, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and there are actually one agenda which is changing the unsustainable consumption and production pattern. This agenda, however, unfortunately, kind of lag behind compared to other agenda. So, but indeed, this is the actual condition that we have. We tend to have the unsustainable consumption and production pattern. Indonesia, for example, I give you the map of Kalimantan or Borneo. You can see from time to time how biodiversity loss in this area. And sadly to inform you that nowadays, actually, no, when I'm speaking with you, the forest land and forest fires still happening in Borneo and other places in Indonesia. Of course, this condition requires a proactive roles of various stakeholders. Government in this regard need to play a role as the leading. So many stakeholders and other stakeholders will come up in the same agenda. I think Paul mentioned that Indonesia has been adopted and have so many policy in regard to sustainable development. Yes, and as part of our commitment to sustainable development, we continuously and consistently adopt the so-called sustainable development agenda in our development planning process. This is the long development planning mission for 2005-2025. So you can see here, among 4 objective or mission, we would like to have the green and everlasting Indonesia with a vision of prosperous, democratic, and just Indonesia. And this sample of milestone that we have already taken and we will take later on. So in 2004, we adopt a multi-track development planning process or development planning agenda. Pro-poor, pro-jobs, and pro-growth. Only 3 years after that, we add another agenda, which is pro-environment. And Dr. Mary said that in this year, President Yudhoyono at the time launched our voluntary commitment to reduce our greenhouse gas emission. In 2014, we would like to achieve the economic growth by 7%. And next, in 2020, we would like to reduce our greenhouse gas emission and at the same time reduce our biodiversity loss. And only 3 weeks ago, Indonesia submitted our INDC. INDC is the intended nationally determined contribution. This is the new contribution for next commitment of the UNCCC for 2030. And on the INDC, we reaffirm our target to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 29% on 2030. Okay, when we're talking about achieving the green economy or green growth in Indonesia, we are not only talking about writing the documents or spending our budget, something like that. But most importantly, that how we change the paradigm. I believe Dr. Thomas mentioned about changing the paradigm. And not only the paradigm, but the behavior towards the development activities. So, enable to understand the green economy and development in Indonesia throughout the document, the planning document, we kind of adopt so-called working definition because we will not achieve what we don't understand. So for Indonesian case, the ingredients of green economy of or green growth should be sustainable use of natural resources, internalizing cost of natural resources, effort on alleviate the poverty is important, creating decent jobs, not only jobs but decent jobs, and ensuring the sustainable economic growth. So to be able to achieve this green economy or green growth, we expect to have a new type of behavior. So in this slide, I show you 3 new behavior that we would like to have. The first one is behavior toward low carbon and less hazardous waste, and we have the roadmap of low carbon. We call it the National and Regional Action Plan on Greenhouse Gas Emission Reduction, and this including REDD+, as Dr. Mary mentioned. The second behavior is sustainable use of biological diversity, and to ensure that the changing behavior is toward this direction, we just updated our IPSAP, the Indonesian Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan, and this document will be launched next November. The third is maintaining the natural carrying capacity, and we have the spatial planning policy, but nowadays we would like planning policy by emphasizing on environmental carrying capacity. And these 3 behaviors, so-called behavior, frame in one approaches, we call it sustainable consumption and production. This is how we would like to changing our unsustainable consumption and production. We still developing our green growth map in Indonesia, and it's nearly finalized by the and Bappenas is the lead agency, and this is example of green growth in Indonesia. We have 5 results or objectives that we would like to achieve. First is the healthy and productive ecosystem providing services. Dr. Thomas mentioned the payment for ecological services. We would like to have the inclusive and equitable growth, social, economic, and environmental resilience, greenhouse gas emission, and sustained economic growth. So basically, we would like to change from this pattern, the scenario of development, into this new scenario of development. So we need to maintain our GDP, of course, but in the same time, we need to reduce the energy use intensity, the greenhouse gas emission, and other negative impact to the environment. Of course, we still have a challenge, and it's not easy for Indonesia. But I believe that by having all stakeholders participate and inclusive planning process, we will be able to address this challenge. We still have challenges on policy related, the people awareness, and the capacity, not only at the national level, but more importantly at the district and cities levels. So at policy level, for example, there is needs to integrate policy and regulation, including the green procurement. Why green procurement is important? Because government spending is the machine of the development spending in Indonesia. So by having the government spending into more green or into greener type of procurement, so we hope that the market will follow this pattern. We also need to develop reward and punishment, or incentive and disincentive. Nowadays, environmental law enforcement is one of the priority of our ministry. Financial incentive, including the fiscal incentive, is also important, and support of equitable and sustainable consumption production. The last one is important because we believe that by only having the command and control type of policy, we cannot achieve and we cannot address the challenges because market power is so strong and the public participation is important. So that's why we need to develop the market-based type of instruments such as eco-label. Awareness, we still have a lack of awareness in many stakeholders, lack of awareness of public, so we need still to campaign more. Capacity, low technical technology capacity, indeed, we still struggle with the best available technology or the best economical technology because we have so diverse in terms of the scale of ability of stakeholders. We still have a very lower level industry, the small and micro, small and medium enterprises. For those who medium to big companies, maybe the best available technology won't be a problem. They could afford. But for the rest, for the micro, medium, and small, it's still a challenge. Limited alternative of green product in the market. There is, of course, there is the distorted policy pricing in Indonesia. So we put the quote unquote dirty products less price compared to green products. So in the future, we would like to have the other way around policy type of pricing. Training and capacity building is still needed. So, but in the same time, we still have quite significant opportunities. So this is only for example. So we need to develop and to increase the value or asset of natural resources. Dr. Paul mentioned an asset management approach. I think it's very in line with our policy. We will focus on several sectors without neglecting other sectors, of course. For example, energy and extractive industry, manufacturing, renewable natural resources, connectivity, and the market-based, natural resource market-based. So at the moment, various ministries, various stakeholders have various innovation and innovative initiatives toward the green growth. For example, we are already developed the energy access for remote area. We already restructuring our feed-in tariff, for example, and tipping fee for energy. So now people who produce the energy from the renewable sources like waste to energy and biomass, something like that. So they will, the PLN, the state-owned electricity company, have mandatory to buy that energy with a best price. Low carbon energy and other initiative. Ecotourism, of course, Dr. Thomas mentioned about ecotourism and payment for ecological services. It's very important because in the long run, we, for example, using the forest, in the past time, you only value the forest by cutting the trees and selling the log. But in the long run, we will maintain the forest, but we will sell the ecological services from the forest. So we also develop the Indonesian carbon trading markets. This is to add or to fill the gap. We already have the carbon trading market from the UNCCC, the Kyoto Protocol. But for the small player, it's hard to get into that trading market scheme. So we already developed so-called Skema Carbon Nusantara, a carbon trading market, so we can trade the carbon within the internal stakeholders in Indonesia. Okay, we need some, we need times to arrive to the expected condition, but we won't delay the first steps toward that direction. So since 2 years ago, we call it transitional process. So we would like to transform the agriculture policy into the more sustainable agriculture and forest management. We are transferring the building into the green building. We already have the standard for building. We have the very active Green Building Council in Indonesia. For tourism, we will see for the sustainable tourism or ecotourism, and for other sector as well. And in the same time, because I think Indonesia now we have a plenty of well, the population still the challenge, and just to be positive, this is the bonus demography we call it. But to address this challenge of demography bonus, we need to develop decent jobs, and hopefully the green decent jobs in this transitional period. So to close my presentations, sustainable development, I just would like to underline that sustainable development can only be achieved by a broad alliance of people, government, civil society, and private sector, all working together to secure the future we want for the present and the future generation. In this context, green economy, green growth, or green development is one approach needed to be pursued. Indonesia is still facing challenges ensuring sustainable use of natural resources as well as in managing the environment. Hence, the government of Indonesia, together with all stakeholders, shall continuously and consistently develop and implement sound policy program towards sustainable development. And I welcome your contribution and your participation in this regard. Thank you, and I hope this presentation will be useful for our deliberation today.
Well, actually, thanks ever so much. That was outstanding, wasn't it? I mean, just so encouraging to hear that within the government of Indonesia, there's such clarity on the problems and such great strategy in terms of a roadmap ahead. But I think actually it's really put a finger on it, isn't it? It's that you can have as much good thinking, as many good policies, adopt as many plans as you want, but at the core of it, it's how to change what's called unsustainable consumption practices, or how to change that behaviour. What I suggest we do now, you've heard from our four panellists. Tom's talked about the need for different forms of infrastructure, the challenges of ecotourism. Mari's talked about the really good developments in terms of the One Map initiative, thinking a little bit about the physical economy. I mentioned about thinking of nature as an asset for pleasure. Could I ask you all now just to speak to your neighbour for a moment, and that last request from that's me. Just talk to your neighbour and say, well, what does smart green development mean for me? And I'm looking at you all. You're all a bit younger than me, so I'm assuming that you're the future. I'm talking that way. I'm assuming that you're all the future leaders of Indonesia. So you're the people who can take us forward. So what could you do, from whatever your disciplinary backgrounds are, your career aspirations, what do you think are some practical solutions, some practical agendas to help change that unsustainable consumption practice? So two things to talk about in 1.5 minutes. What does smart green development mean for you, and what can you do to change it, change the unsustainability? And then we'll get your feedback and we'll bring everybody in on that. Okay? No, Michelle, talk to each other. Okay, what we got then, folks? Would like to. What? I'm stop talking now. Okay. Let's all talk together now. So on that first question, what does smart green development mean to you? We're going to kick us off on there. Great.
I think it's a bit hopeless, really, because
I think this is Oxford.
I mean, we identified a few things like recycling, taking public transportation, trying to demand that companies are sustainable. Companies that, you know, we want to use products from companies that are sustainable. But every one of those steps, you know, recycling is not very clear, and to try to, separate your products. You know.
So, a few more demands on companies. We want them to do better, and we want to know that they're doing better. And recycling, this is part of it, yeah?
Yeah, and we actually highlighted the importance of education and how it's important for us to start from the basics. So, educating society in a societal level about why it's important that we care for the environment and why it's important that we have a sustainable future in our country. And it comes down to behavioral changes as well. So from someone who doesn't care too much about the environment to becoming more attentive towards their behavior and what they do. So being able to tackle that is
so education. I mean, part of this has to be about education and education from the youth.
That's the basis.
Yeah, right. There's a focus group going on at the back there. What do you do? Smart green development. What does that mean to you?
So we've had discussions about we may have good policies, but we may not have people to implement the policy. In that case, also we may not have a good policy yet, but in our government, we are working hard to make our people be ready. So both need to be moved forward at the same time. So
okay, I'm going to hold that one a minute because I think that's about how we implement, how we put things into action. Just in terms of the big pictures, we're thinking about education, we're thinking about it as companies which are held to account more. Anything from this side? Yeah.
I think about the collaboration and integrated approach within the stakeholders and then the academician and also the private sector and also the science.
Well, that's a big one. What's that? People talking to each other from different sectors. Yeah. So, it's about rather than the academics and the scientists and the people talking to each other. You've got to start having a collective discussion somehow. Good one. That could go into how to go ahead, please. So it's about public discourse. Maybe we could say that one. Right. Anything from this? You were chatting. I heard you.
How we're changing our mindset about garbage and how we can transform rubbish into something that we can actually solve. For example, in Yogyakarta, they can actually create handbags or a backpack or even small box out of plastic from the soap or liquid. So and then they can actually sell it. So it doesn't actually end as a garbage, but it actually transforms into another product.
Cool. Great. Well, Panel, we've got some ideas there. Actually, I know you talked about, you used a lot of words associated with green development: resilience, equitable, infrastructure we've had, healthy, sustainable. Now we really it seems like we want to think about how to do it. Actually, Murray, can I go to you first on education? You've worked a lot with, you're working with people in Kalimantan about that. How do we change people's behaviour? Is it just about sitting them down at school and talking to them about things, or is there something more that needs to be done?
Good question. I think practice. I think learning by doing, and to give opportunity for children from early age to really do things, not only sit in and listen and engaging with ideas. but just do things.
Tom, what we're saying seems to be the responsibility of the children in the future. This idea of practice and learning, does that extend? I mean, I think I still do learn from practice. I'm getting a bit old. I mean, is this something which we all need to be doing? And if so, how might we do that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, through education certainly comes understanding, and certainly one of the values of tourism in the sector is that it can promote understanding, both cultural and environmental understanding. But a lot of it is oriented towards a kind of commodified past rather than a present and future, how to sustain that. And maybe some tourism has gone into this sort of even climate danger tourism, where you go to landscapes that are transformed in a negative way, and you see sort of what the future looks like. But I think another aspect of tourism is education, and maybe as practices you can go to places and actually understand different environments, different cultural responses to environment, and hopefully that will increase your imagination about the possibilities. Because after all, if we have to adapt, we have to have diversity, and so we're all pushing the same global model of green, smart green. The chances of failure are much greater. The consequences of failure are much greater. So you need that diversity, and that comes from educating.
Yeah. Lakshmi, on this question we've just been discussing about educating young people, or maybe more of a discourse between different groups within Indonesia. But from someone working in government, I mean, let's just thinking about this. You know, one of the things government can do is set standards. It could set standards on these companies for how they must produce things, or to recycle their waste. Is this purely a government imperative, or is there a need for the government to find partnerships with other groups within society, with citizens groups, or with academia? How do you think about things in terms of those partnerships to take your policies through?
Yeah, partnership is always an important approach in our policy. When we start our environmental regulation back in 1982, the regulation very much heavy on command and control type of regulation. So we used word mandatory, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. But in the mid of 1990, we mixed the approach, command and control, with market-based instrument, because at the time we believed that market have their own self-regulations, because we believe that eco-efficiency have a dual meaning ecosystem efficient and economic efficient. So we believe that they have their own power to do so. But having those two poles, the government and the private sector, it's not enough. We need to have something to link those poles. So we introduced so-called partnership policy. You asked the audience about the education. There is an education. So I just would like to share you that this is the one of policy. We have the involvement of stakeholders of stakeholders. One of the important stakeholders is youth. So we have quite numbers of innovation and programs like access to information, because we cannot ask for their participation without sharing the information. So we have the access for information for youth. We have the program education for youth together with Ministry of Education. We have so-called Adiwiyata program. It's a green school initiative and award aimed to earlier educated green lifestyle to the youth. So annually we have a green camp for youth, including the 3R, the reduce, recycling and reuse related training for very simple best practices. So yeah, we believe that partnership is important. And when I'm talking about this, sustainable consumption and production, back a year ago, we launched the 10-year framework program of sustainable consumption of Indonesia. And this framework is actually launched together by the government and the Chamber of Industry, Indonesian Industry Chamber, or Kadin. So it's just to show you that how important partnership in achieving the future we want. Thank you.
I'll just come back to you a bit, because I think there's two really good ideas here, which we just haven't quite followed up on. I think we should perhaps do that. There's one over at the back here, which I think was the suggestion that we can have the policy, we can have well-educated people, but we need well-educated officials. Is that local officials? Is that what we were getting at here?
So governmental.
Governmental officials. Well, we've got one very good one here. Do you mean at all levels of government? Yeah. Okay, so that's that need for good officials. But then we're hearing that actually a lot of it is now being done in the markets. So does that create a good need for good investors or good bankers or good what? I mean, who are the good sort of people we need in Indonesia? So I think we should have a little bit more of a talk about that, and maybe we can just amplify that one. And this idea of this broader public discourse, I think we should have a talk about that. So somebody else just box a little bit on what we just said there. What do we mean by good officials, or what sort of people are we looking for? I mean, I'm sure all of those officials will tell you they're good. I used to work with a lot of local government officials who were good. What are the sort of qualities we're looking for here? Or is it a matter that they're not very well educated? Is it a matter that, let's be honest, that maybe the ways of recruiting officials aren't totally merit-based? That's the right way of putting it. What do we need to do here, or what would you do here? Okay, panelists. Good thing we've got for you to say, they're here to tell us. Yeah. Mary.
Good people.
Well, what we're talking about, look, we've heard from Lakshmi, we've clearly got good policy advisors, okay? But excellent, yeah? We've got good academics coming through, but there seems to be something missing, something we need more on the ground. The ground street bureaucrats, as we used to talk about it. How do we get that? Is it quality, or I don't know? Whatever it is, this idea of goodness there.
I think one of the governance to find good people is by doing it with transparent way. So what it comes to my mind is the latest practice, basically in the current government, that if I'm not mistaken, I think echelon 1 or 2, the positions for echelon 1 or 2 in all ministries are not to be tendered publicly. So it's no longer by personal preference or KKN, but because of transparent governance, then everyone, including us, can basically apply for that position, and that is a new development. So of course, the challenge is always on the detail, and how to do that. And I think what I also understand is that the challenge is that that there are not many people actually want to apply for that position, and that's we need to ask why. And I don't know, maybe Pak Juno could share a light on that, but this is what I understand briefly from fellows Indonesian back home.
Well, I'd like to hear first what everyone is saying, and then I'll probably just jump in.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, just on this point, I mean, I know in my own career that when I started working, there was very few people doing policy. Everybody else was working on the ground, in the regions. And it seems to me that there's almost been a sort of change around where actually we don't want to go and work in Ambon or somewhere. It's too far away from our family. It's too far away from the centre. People want to work in the exciting metropolises. Is this the same with you lot? Would you be happy to work in the regions of Indonesia? So what about your experience of from working so much with indigenous people, about this question about a good local official? I mean, I think we do have to say that I've met loads of good local officials in Indonesia. It's not that they're bad, but is there something that there's some characteristics, or as Mary says, some things we could do making recruitment more open and transparent?
Well, I don't know for Indonesia. I think in general the concept of polycentric governance is a useful one, where you're thinking not only top down, bottom up, but sort of how to scale governance to deal with particular issues, some of which may be multi-scale, some of which may be quite local, and then trying to recognize, using the language you said, the assets, the capacities that are in existence, and maybe even the local initiatives that are already incubated, and trying to support those rather than always implementing something in a kind of paternalistic way. I'm not suggesting this is always the case in Indonesia, but that's certainly one problem when you're trying to get to a more decentralized or polycentric governance. You have the legacies of paternalism or even colonialism that operate, and then you also have the opposite effect of sometimes called elite capture in communities where people have sort of gotten used to being able to run the show locally from a top-down system, and then quite difficult to break that.
And of course, this is a particular challenge for Indonesia, where you have one nation, but so many islands. It's always going to be difficult to do this, isn't it? I mean, it must be one of the most complex countries in the world to try and do anything or try and govern well.
Actually, on this question about government officers who are working at the level of the ground, at the level of implementation, we were just talking about what might need or what could be done to improve the quality of those officers, or to help to maybe to think about mobilizing them as assets to bring about this this change in perceptions and change in the paradigm. Have you got any observations or thoughts on that?
Yeah, Indonesia started their regional autonomies era back 2001. At the time, including environment affair, we already decentralized into the district level, actually, because we believe that the closer the manager to the problems, the better, because they're the one who really close to the environmental problems. So we need to have the environmental managers at that side. So, of course, capacity and capability of officer is always a challenge. We have so diverse. At the moment, we have nearly 500 districts and cities, and with various level of capacity and institutional capacity. So we have the intervention. The first, for human resource capacity building, we offer the training, of course, training and seminar, technical facilitation for those on environmental sectors, and we also develop the criteria for personal competencies, because having personal competencies, it will help us to put the merit system on the performance, and the better the performance, the better the payment of level, for example. We also have an intervention in building the institutional levels, because at the moment it's very diverse from one district to another district. For example, one district put environmental offices at the second rank officer, for example, but for others they may put at the third or the fourth. But we need to have all districts focus and have a priority on the environment. So we have incentive for those who put the environmental affairs office at the second rank level. We have the third intervention is the fiscal transfer. So we transfer our fiscal through so-called special budget allocation for environment. So by having this transfer fiscal, the district may able to choose the program priority, and they will receive the special allocation fund from the government, the central government. So those three interventions that we are having now to create and to build the capacity of the local officer in terms of environmental management. Thank you.
Yeah, no, very good. I mean, I can encourage you, but sorry, you want to?
I want to just continue on with what's, I think it's already well said.
Yeah, great.
But I guess the real asset of change in Indonesia is, I think, if I may bring forward, is democracy, direct elections from the regional power that we have, direct elections of either the mayors or the bupatis by the public, bring out politicians that are actually forward-looking, modern, knows technology. We have several cases of good leadership right now. Bandung, Ridwan Kamil is bringing up Technopolis, green environments, green cities, how to sustain Bandung as a small city, but then can still grow. We have Ahok, I think, as a leader, he's cleaning government. His meritocracy of bringing up new people, leaders, into doing the job well. But again, I think it needs time. You need other areas to develop, and where these powers are now in the regions themselves, they have to have local politicians who give out policies, and then you also have the bureaucrats to implement those policies at the same time, and clean government. I guess that part is where we need to focus more on.
Fantastic. So I think a really important intervention there, that it's, you know, thinking about the assets, this asset which is not that old now, is it?
No.
It's 10 years, is it?
15 old. 15,
yeah. I mean, it's not that long, so that massive change, the assets of democracy. But I also think that, you know, democracy, it can be a double-edged sword, because it can go the wrong way.
Noisy.
Sorry?
It can be very noisy.
Yeah, it is lovely. So you can have the leaders who are doing things right and bringing up this government, but then we can also have those who, you know, get some, you know, wealthy corporates or whatever to pay their campaigns, and it can go the wrong way. And does this come back then to the asset of public discourse, that the only way we can really make democracy count, the only way we can, you know, hold our politicians and bureaucrats to account, is to collectively know something, or Indonesian people to collectively know something which they think is right and good and a good vision to go towards. So maybe we could just finish off by thinking about that question of public discourse. You know, we're all here. I mean, one of our jobs in Oxford or here is always, as academia, to lead the public discourse or to contribute to expand the public discourse. So maybe I could just ask you to talk to your neighbour again a moment and think about, how do you think you, or we, you know, could actually expand this public discourse in Indonesia? What are the avenues to do it? What are the openings to do it? What are the messages which need to get out? Who needs to speak? Do academics need to speak more? Is it the politicians who need to speak more? Is it the corporate leaders who need to speak more? Politicians probably speak less. Just talk to yourself. How can we get that public discourse going about these ideas of smart green development? Let's talk to your neighbour for a moment. Let's just have a last quick fire session on that, and we'll ask our panelists for that. Okay, well we got. We're getting short time, so thinking this through, and then we'll see what the panelists have to say on this. Let's take three inputs. How might we expand that public discourse on green smart developments? Yeah?
I think it's very important for us to bring this ideas not only at high level, but there should be like a grassroots movement. Because you know how like the majority of Indonesians have like probably low education or low income, but talking about smart green development wouldn't resonate with them. It is people who get out
not from the ivory tower, and this discourse would be something that is relevant to them.
Yeah.
Like the initiatives of the rubbish bank, and then the river restoration. And now they'll receive the same ideas, appreciate the same ideas, but with their understanding.
Great. So nice idea there. Language and actions which are meaningful to everyday people. Anything from over this side? Anything from this side?
Yeah, also about the grassroots, from the grassroots. So it involves community, young community, youth community, because the youth community have a power, and also they have the intellectuality capacity, and also they have maybe some patriotism sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. So, Panel, what do you think about this? We've had two good suggestions from our from the audience here. One, making things meaningful to people, regular people, both in terms of language and actions, but also about engaging the thinkers, the young thinkers in Indonesia in this discourse. Lakshmi, what do you? Any thoughts? Would that help you?
Yeah, as I said, I show you the presentation on how important the thinking of youth, but also other stakeholders. And we believe that public involvement is very important, but the most important is sharing the information and open the information, disclose the information from the government side. And it is mandated for the government agency at the moment. Back 2008, we have an act on public information disclosure. So it is a must for us as a government officer, as a government institution, to share the information as transparency as could be. And we believe that by sharing the information, stakeholders, those who would like to participate, will have a better participation. And that's how we live. I mean, environmental problems require a lot of involvement, because it's not only a personal problem, it's not only the government problem, but this is our challenges, and every single person have their own capacity and to contribute to these efforts. Thank you.
Tom, how would you think about that, sort of ideas of broadening this public discourse on the theme of green development?
Well, I think, again, following on this idea of having diverse visions, it would be very interesting to have a sort of ground-based visioning of what green development meant, whether it was a sort of local dialogue and scenarios for the future that were coming out of people's local imaginations of local, we were talking about maps, local maps of what they think values of their community and environment are, and how those might develop sensibly in the future.
All right,
yes, I would like to come from a little bit opposite argument on the public discourse, if I may. So I think as an academic communities, we have a social responsibility to also be quite careful with the dominant discourses that exist in the society. And I think some of you may have read, works of whether Foucault or Derrida. I mean, this was basically taught last week in the class that Paul and I run. So basically, we need to be quite careful of the dominant discourse and why government or the authority say certain things, and why they say green economy, and why they say green growth, and that's when we actually, as an intellectual, a scholar, basically can contribute our critical input to the discourse itself. And of course, by doing the grassroots movement from below, that's one of the things. But again, grassroots can also be empowered by other parties who are already empowered with knowledge. And then if knowledge itself is already contentious and basically resulted from the powerful interest, then so there is a circle of it, and then this is our personal responsibility as scholars to not always follow the main discourse in the society, but to criticize it.
That's quite a thoughtful last comment, isn't it, about our role as academics, to always be ensuring that we're not necessarily advocating for things, but we're keeping all the different dimensions of that discussion out there and available for other people in society to talk about. Now, I realise I haven't given you much opportunity for Q&A, but maybe you can do that afterwards. What I do hope we've done this afternoon is had a really good discussion on a big issue for a large and wonderful country. I did take something I picked up there, which was from Maximi, when she said one of the visions was a green and everlasting Indonesia. And when I heard that, I thought, hang on, the vision I've grown up with for the UK is a green and pleasant land. So it seems that we have a lot in common here, and it's been a real pleasure to chair this session this afternoon, and I hope we can keep this discussion going. But perhaps I could just ask you to thank all of our panellists, actually Mick from staying up late. Mary, and Tom. Thanks for all your contributions.
Thank you very much for the Paul Jackson, Dr. Mario, and Thomas Oxford, and that was a very, very thoughtful and insightful discussion. I'm sure that we all have learned a lot from the discussion. So next up, we have a little session. We have a little message from one of our sponsors, and our chairman, Samuel, will deliver a short presentation, which I'm sure he'll be interesting.
You know how to use this, right? But it's good.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my voice loud enough? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So, for those who wasn't here this morning or came late or whatever, so let me reintroduce myself. My name is Samuel, and I'm part of the committee of today's event. So I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes presenting a very prestigious awards organized by one of our sponsors, British Council, in collaboration with Education UK. And the awards are called Education UK Alumni Awards 2016. So what is it? So this award is basically awards that recognize and honor outstanding achievements made by alumni of UK education. So people who deserve this award should be able to demonstrate how living and studying in the UK has contributed to the achievements that they have done, either in their communities, industries, and countries, or all of those three. So to be eligible to apply or be nominated for these awards, the first one is the applicant has to be resident in one of the 11 countries, 11 participating countries, and Indonesia is one of these 11 countries. And the participant should either have studied in the UK in one of the UK higher education institutions, either in the mainland, UK mainland, or in overseas campus, or as an exchange student in the UK, or at least one term or one semester within the last 10 years. So we have 3 awards, as we can see right here: Professional Achievement Award, Entrepreneurial Award, and Social Impact Award. So I'm going to go through each one of them. So the first one is professional achievement award. So basically, this award recognizes alumni who have had great achievements in their professional career, in their corresponding field, and who can demonstrate the highest level of integrity and character in their career. So those who are eligible are medical professional, academic, business individual, artists, lawyer, journalist, engineer, teacher, and civil servant. But it's not limited to all these careers. It can be something else. So the second one is entrepreneurial work. So basically, this work recognizes those who are active in contributing to new business opportunities and strong growth prospects. And this may include innovators, entrepreneurial business individuals, or social entrepreneurs. The last one is the social impact award. Is for those alumni who have made an exceptional contribution and impact within their community and improve lives of other people. So these may include people who work in social enterprise or in charity and third sector, NGOs, teaching, and corporate social responsibilities. So, as I said earlier, you can either apply for this or nominate someone that you know. And here are the timelines. So the application is currently underway until the 31st of October 2015. And then there will be 2 shortlisting rounds in November and December, and the award ceremony will be held in February 2016. So to apply or nominate someone that you know, you can go to that website, www.british.org/education/UK-works, and any inquiries could be sent to nikita.wong@council.org or I. So that's the presentation. I would welcome any questions that you have. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you, Samuel, for the presentation. Next up, before we close our event, we have some delightful performances from our fans in Cafe Oxford.
Amazing performances.
We have musical and dance performances from Cafe Oxford, so please enjoy.
Oke, kami akan menampilkan tarian Marinir Merampak. Sorry, we are showing Marinir Merampak dance, and it's originated from Toraja, and it's from South Sulawesi. The story about Marinir Merampak is about the love of young people from Toraja about their hometown. So they are describing how beautiful their hometown and how they miss their hometown. Okay, so please enjoy our performance.
Coba. Kenapa? Coba dulu.
Nanti itu masuk nama musiknya duluan. Dia masuk ke atas.
One more.
Hi everyone. So this would be the last performance of the day. It's a mashup of Indonesian songs from our friends who danced just a while ago, plus two more other people, and me and another singer, and another guitarist, Andy over there. So we hope that you enjoy our mashup. Okay. So here we go. If you guys feel like joining us singing, please do. Just sing out. It's fine. Alright.
Dari sini aja buat kita.
Yep. They have a G.
Let's give them a round of applause for everyone from the Oxford. Ladies and gentlemen, I promise it was going to be the last performance, but we still have another thing right for us.
So we come to the end of the event for today. So we have a few words from Mr. Yudhishthira as the president of praktek Oxford to close our event.
I'll come to that. Well, today, obviously, I'm no longer as the president of praktek Oxford, but I'm still president of Oxford University Society. But since last year, in October 2014, we created an idea to make such a pioneering event to ties a collaboration between Oxford and Indonesia. And then we agreed to hosting an event, namely Oxford Indonesian Forum 2015. And for the first time, it was not easy to make this forum happen. But as we can see this afternoon, we made a successful event. Please give applause. Of course, on behalf of Oxford Indonesian Society, I would like to express my thank you to all committees and members of praktek Oxford 2014 and 2015, especially to committees and volunteers of Oxford Indonesian Forum for their fabulous job in organizing and supporting this event. And I would like to take this opportunity to name all committees of Oxford Indonesian Forum. Firstly, Ahmad Mulyawan is now as
President of FA Oxford 2015 and 2016. And our Chairman of Oxford Research Forum 2015, Samuel. Our young leaders in the future. And also Rainer and Nico as our executive committees. Rainer, Nico, please stand up. And also Timotheus, Tanti, and Nicholas as our stakeholder relations committee. Please stand up. Nikki, Nikki, and Tracy as our sponsorship and fundraising committees. Please stand up. Sandy as our logistic committees, and Johan as our media committees, and last but not least, our project manager, Marcela Panji. He's the only one committee outside member of FA Oxford. I'm offering to be honorary member of Oxford. Thank you, Sheila, for your great job, and you did very well. And finally, thanks all of you, and thanks also to our parents that I just left this afternoon after lunch, and Padino and our advisor of FA Oxford, and of course our distinguished speaker, Dr. Paul Jackson, Dr. Mari Mulyani, thanks for coming, and also our great performance, and all participants. And maybe many of you may not have opportunities to see the Oxford colleges and life, and maybe this event will make it always memorable. And I think because this, I think after this event, we'll have a dinner at Trinity College. And Alhamdulillah, very good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is something for this is something for Sila as our honorary member. Thank you, Sila. Good, thank you, Sila. Thank you, Sila.
So we would like to invite Dr. Paul Jackson and Dr. Mari Mulyani.
Just want to give some token of appreciation. Thank you for your participation in today's
I would like to invite Chairman and President of Oxford. Photo.
Well, thank you.
Okay, so I guess.
So with that, we have come to the end of our event today.
I hope that all of you learned something from today's event.
I'm sure you all have learned something.
And enjoy the performances.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for your participation today. I'm Marcia.
I'm Sandoko.
And we hope to see you at the next
Oxford Indonesia Forum.
For those who are interested in tours, having tours in Oxford, maybe, are there many of you who are interested in
I'm not looking at
sorry, if you guys are interested to join the tour, can you just sit here for a moment and I'll organize it?
Alright, so instead I think we're gonna have like photo fairs. We did all but downstairs. Then we're gonna have the photo outside. And then after that maybe let's see